Now we're live.
Hello, everybody. Everything's working so smoothly.
I'm telling you, man. You want to talk about people not wanting the truth out there? Yeah. We both got sick. Sick on Friday. We're both like exhausted out of our minds. We're both no, this is not going to be talked about tonight. So anyway, hi everyone.
Hello, everyone. Okay, hello there, Mad Dog. Hello, Black Samurai. Hello, Deflating Atheism. I'm here, and I don't even have a blue wrench. Oh, I don't know if I don't know. You want a blue wrench? What are you going to do? Get rid of everybody? You know something? It won't let me give you a blue wrench. You know.
What is a blue wrench?
A blue wrench is he wants the power to get rid of people.
Oh, were we just talking about that? I X-nay on that, Mad Dog. Sorry, I love you, man. I love the name. Dude, I don't want to get canceled.
Yeah, he wants that same power.
And he says, I do have a blue wrench. I'll use it. Holy cow.
Oh, boy.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely, man.
Let's see.
This aggression will not stand, man. All right.
We don't even know if he's still here. See, John Harrison is here. Sorry, we did have some technical difficulties.
Engineer Megwin told us that we were not on the air, and we're talking away like, "Hey, buddy," and we would have talked for like 4 hours, and not even know. Nobody would have known we were here. They're like, "I tuned in, but you guys weren't there. It's just a dark circle. I don't know."
It's like 14 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But there's a giant asteroid headed towards the Earth. He's saying it's going to come past tonight. They say July 25th. So I don't know if this stream suddenly stops. You know that it hit us. Apparently, it's as long as the pyramid is.
It's only going to come within 1 mile of Earth. We'll be fine unless it gets in the gravity well. Then Dinosaur City. We'll be all right.
Yeah, they claim it's going to safely go by Earth, but I don't know. Almost one of these days it's going to hit Earth. They know it's going to hit Earth, and they're going to say to us, "It's going to safely go by Earth, so we don't go crazy." And the rest of them are going to be hidden in underground bunkers, and that's a way.
It's ironic that we're talking about this tonight because that's literally what a lot of this is for. Yeah, the deep underground military bases. They call them DUMBs. They're and there's tons of them. I mean, it's not. It's not
referring to me.
No,
they call them DUMBs.
They're deep underground military bases. Yeah, and then they've had them for decades. I mean, it's like you've got Cheyenne Mountain Complex out in NORAD. You've got like the Green, and this is really wild. You can actually visit this one. It's the Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia. It was a place that from 1950 to 1992, I think they had what's called Project Greek Island, which it's a hotel. It's a resort. You can actually stay there. But if you go into the ballroom, and I've actually been there, it's pretty cool. Jeff and I went there, and there was the center of the ballroom, there's these huge hinges, and it's the blast doors, but they have a curtain in front of it, but everybody knows it now. It was something that they kept hidden up until the early 90s, but now it's like open and you can actually take tours of the bunker. We didn't get to them because it was way before them, but they've got actual hinges in the ballroom for where the blast doors are to go to the complex underground. They had a hospital, fully functioning, operating ward. They had meeting places. But yeah, it's the Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia. Check that out online if you can. But then you have things like Raven Rock Complex in Pennsylvania. Even weirder, you've got like the Denver International Airport. I think Rob and I talked about this one night, where the baggage claim area, they've got 2 murals, which basically everyone's saying is like to the New World Order. They're Leo Tanguma. They're like 2 giant murals that have these apocalyptic paintings, but apparently when they were constructing the airport, they dug really deep. Like they have these subterranean complex, but it's not really that unusual. A lot of cities, a lot of places have subterranean, that's how they do all the work. I mean, even the World Trade Center had a huge subterranean complex, that they basically use for maintenance. They use for conduits and things like that to keep them out of public view, for transport, like baggage handling and things like that. So it's not really, they're saying that it was a military complex under a major airport, but it's, if you get past the, all the conjecturing, that there's a lot of real practical reasons for that. It's just because when you need to speed baggage to a terminal, the quickest way to do that is through a not through the main center of the airport or in the flight path of planes. It's underneath, get it to the terminal, come out at the terminal and put it on the plane. It's just it just makes more sense to do it that way. And if you have work that needs to be done on the air and, HVAC system or something, if it's underground in the complex, then you can just have the repair persons come downstairs. It won't disrupt the airport. They don't have to shut down. It's a clear, logical reason why you have that stuff there. But DUMBs do actually exist, Anyway, what we were talking about earlier, I guess, with Philip Schneider, he basically is a whistleblower. He was a engineer. He was a geologist that used to attend UFO conferences and for about 2 years or so in the 90s. And he's one of the first persons that was a whistleblower for what they call the Dulce complex. And Dulce, I think the translation means sweet. It's in New Mexico. Means sweet, yes. Yeah. I know that. It's like in the Colorado, New Mexico border. It's the Archuleta Mesa. I think that's what they call it. It's like a really small, at that time was a smaller border town. They've cattle farming, they've got a number of First Nation, American Indian reservations there. It's just a really quiet rural place. Now a lot of towns have sprung up there and everything. There's a lot of development, but at the time, when this happened, it was in 1979. He said that he was involved in building a number of DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, and his job was to go in and use explosives and blow out the rock, and so they would blow 4 successive vertical tunnels about 2.5 miles down into the bedrock, and then they would lattice the dome and build a dome inward from the 4 separate columns in order to build like a dome underground, and then they would work from there. And he basically said that during this period, it was what was called the Battle of Dulce. They were using. He said the thing that I think a lot of people thought was really controversial about his story at the time was that he was saying that the boring machines that they used were nuclear powered boring machines. Now there's rock boring machines that they use in mining that basically use like large diamond or other types of teeth that remove the rock, eject it to the rear into carts, and then it's taken to the surface. What he was saying is that these were actually there was liquefaction. They actually liquefied the rock, so it was smooth bore. Instead of having to blow in like gunite or other type of building methods, this thing did it just by pure liquefying the rock. And there's actually, I'm going to be consulting notes all night tonight because just too much information for my brain to handle. The patent, if anybody wants to look this up, for the boring machines was actually made in 1972. It's actually, you can go to the U.S. Patent Office page. It's September 26, 1972. It's U.S. Patent 3,693,731, method and apparatus for tunneling by melting of nuclear fission. And so it's application 104,872. Now there's a lot of stuff on the patent website that's just crap. I mean, they do have, but there are a large number of like Boeing and different companies that do have boring machines that are on there. They're actually in practice now. So I don't think there's any reason why, this would be fake, so that lends a little bit of credence to what he was saying. Also, too, he worked for a large number of contractors, about 4 or 5 different contractors. His wife, I think you probably saw in the paperwork I sent you, they mixed up his SSI number. So when a lot of researchers were trying to research his story, he had the wrong SSI number down. And I think they released that information, or SSA number, Social Security number. So when people were researching him, they couldn't find anything. And they were saying, his story is crap, but the reality was it's just they had him under the wrong number. When they researched on the correct number, they noticed all of the companies that he had referenced that he had worked for. So that led credence to his story. Anyway, the sort of in engineering projects and construction projects. So they would actually take nuclear warheads, to actually, use it in the building of like dams, water reservoirs. Wouldn't that be great? And military contracts. And so it was based on Isaiah 2:4, where they talk about beating swords into plowshares. They thought that this would be a good way to transition into a peacetime use for nuclear technology, which is not that crazy if you think about the time everybody was nuclear crazy. Then they were talking about nuclear planes. They were talking about, nuclear rail cars. Kids actually had material in chemistry kits that was actual dangerous radioactive material inside in their homes. So, but they basically were going to use this to, I think it was like 31 warheads or something like that over 24 separate projects. But the Archuleta Mesa, I think it was probably about 10 years before this occurred. So like probably in the late 50s or 60s that they detonate a really large device under the ground in what was called Project Gas Buggy. So this huge, nuclear device was detonated under the soil. And for about 10 years there, nothing occurred. But so they go to build this base underground, Phil said. While they were boring down, suddenly the machine stopped and they couldn't figure out what happened. So they, electronically restarted it and it stopped again. And then it started it back up and it stopped again. So they thought, well, we must have hit something happened. So they sent him down in a basket. And so he gets to the bottom of the basket. And we're talking like, miles under the surface of the earth. I think he went. People point out in the story that this is where, they think he's fabricating it, but, he actually has covered this he was pretty consistent in his story, but he said that in the basket, he had special forces with him, or soldiers down with him that were a little bit further up at a stop level, that if they ran into trouble or they needed help, he didn't understand why all these special forces soldiers were stationed there. So he feels that the government was aware of these creatures being at this level. But what happened is basically once the borer stopped, he goes down in the basket, and when he gets to the drilling machine, he comes face to face with a 9-foot gray. Now, whether you believe that or not, that's what his claim is. He had a pistol with him. He used the pistol on the gray. The gray basically pulled out a small electronic box that was on its chest, and it made a motion in front of the box. And he was hit in the chest with what he says is cobalt energy, and it split his chest open down the middle and to the sides, and burnt off 2 fingers of his left hand, which if you ever watch his lectures you can go on YouTube and see Philip Schneider's lectures. He lost those 2 fingers. They were cauterized off his hand. And he says these creatures were trying to kill him. They were extremely hostile. The special forces came down into the tunnel to help him because he had hit the panic button. And when they got there, the numbers vary anywhere from 60 to 80 people, but the general consensus is about 60 to 66 people died trying to get Philip out of there. He said there were only 3 survivors out of all of those people that fought these creatures. And he said it went on for quite some time. And a large number of people were burned alive, disintegrated. He said it generally came down to a stalemate. They won, and so they retreated. But that these creatures were extremely hostile, and said that they had been told that the government knew that they had been down there for over 1 million years. So he felt like they had been set up. Now this is, again, it's something whether you believe it or not. Like I said, he stayed pretty consistent on his story. And the one thing I think which is really interesting is his friend said that in some of his effects that he had left with them in the case of his death, there was one paper that he had asked for them not to open until he had died. When they opened up the paper, he described a conference that he had been to after this event occurred, and said that it was a meeting at one of the domes at the underground bases that he had helped build. I think he said he had built like 12 of these things, or no, 3 that he had actually been directly involved in, but he knew there of at least 12 and thousands of others across the country. They were all interlinked by a high-speed rail, which basically would allow them to travel in a vacuum tunnel at supersonic speeds. And a lot of people have said that some of the rumblings and the sounds that people hear across the world or in the United States are these bases using these hypersonic tunnels. But anyway, he said that he went to this treaty conference, which basically was like a ceasefire for what had happened, so they could complete the base. And they had agreed to 7 levels of this complex with the entities. In UFO lore, they're generally known as EBEs, or extraterrestrial biological entities. He doesn't know where they're from or what they were. He just said that the thing that terrified him was at the conference, he had so many people died to try to help him that there were 12 seats at the front of this conference, and they didn't know, who the 12 seats were for. And then when it started, 12 Greys came in and sat down in these chairs. And he said at that point he knew that, yeah. So he said that it terrified him because he knew that according to him that we had been sold out. What's interesting too is that, like I said earlier, when his hotel room was broken into, his wife said that none of his money, his gold, or his apartment, I should say, none of his most valuable things were taken. What was taken is his book manuscripts, his notes that he had made, the pictures he had, and the documents that he had. Those were stolen and completely missing. When they tried to, they had taken a blood sample and a urine sample from him, I guess, in order to test, in relation to if there were any substances in his system. And I remember his daughters talked about this, and his ex-wife has talked about this, Ms. Dreyer, that the Clackamas County coroner literally told him, "We're not going to waste the money on a suicide. We're not going to test it. We're not going to do it." So they put in a FOIA request for the blood samples, or a HIPAA request in for the blood samples as family members, as there is their right to do so. And they waited and waited, and they kept resending this request. And then 11 months into a 12-month period, they were told that the samples had probably been destroyed or, burnt. And so then they just disappeared. And they still have his death as a suicide. Now, what's really interesting is he had one of the things that really upset him was that he had a really good friend of his, Ron Rummel, who published Alien Digest with him. It was back then in the 90s, as you know, with the X-Files and everything was UFO. We were going through a second wave of UFO crazy. But Ron Rummel died in a park. He had been shot. Again, they ruled it a suicide. The only problem is that there was actually someone looking into this death, and Ron had blood on his hand, on his on the gun, but not on his hand. And they were trying to determine, like, how is that even possible, for him to die like this, suicide himself, and there's not blood, residue and gun residue on his hand. So again, that one still ruled a suicide. And then they had another friend of theirs that I think it was Carla Turner. She also died under mysterious circumstances as well. Kind of goes back to what you and I were talking about before we went live about the number of people that have been suicided. And you'll find it, and that's one of the weird things in ufology. You'll find that a lot of these researchers just suddenly suicide themselves, and it's kind of strange, But what's really interesting about Philip is that his dad was Captain Otto Oscar Schneider. He was in the Kriegsmarine during the Second World War, which was the German, Nazi German, the national Navy for the Germans. He was a U-boat captain. He got expatriated when he was captured under Project Paperclip, which a lot of people out there know. Project Paperclip is what really helped our moon program. They brought a lot of these scientists over to the Apollo, each of the subsequent projects from Mercury to Gemini, and then from Gemini into Apollo. And they helped us with our space program because they had done so well with the V1 and V2 rocket programs, the Schwalbe jet programs and things like that. And they brought all of the best engineers over, and the Russians took their fair share as well. So that's how we got the space race. But the the thing that they did was Otto was assigned pretty much from the start. He was assigned to some very famous, according to Phil's work, of course, his notes. He was assigned to some really unique cases. He said that his father was present during the Philadelphia experiment, which I don't know if you know about that, but it's a
did it disappear? It's a whole.
It's the lore of the. They basically were using it. They were researching. It involved a ship called the USS Eldridge. It was basically to develop a cloaking device for ships, which we did do something like that. They were talking about Seacrest patterns, which break up the outline of a silhouette of a ship, which we still use to this day. They think that what happened is that someone there at the dock probably saw what was known as degaussing, which is basically where they run lines all over the ship and apply a charge, and it helps to demagnetize the hull. And this was to prevent naval mines from detonating if the ship got too close. It helped to reduce the signature, and that was another thing that was in progress then, is to see if that had any effect on the magnetic signature of these naval ships. And they think that somehow that kind of got merged with what everybody thought into the Philadelphia experiment. Oscar had notes that he had given Philip when he was a kid, and he said, if anything ever happens to me, I want you to hold on to these. And one of those was, he said that when the Eldridge disappeared, and supposedly these naval officers phased out of our reality into another one. The ship actually, I think, went from one dock in a location, I think in Philadelphia Naval Yard, all the way to like New York or somewhere. I can't remember exactly, but it was literally across the United States and reappeared in another location. Yep. And deflating's right. Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, there's so many names dropped in this lore about the ship. But what the really weird thing was that he said that some of the officers reported that they came into contact with non-human entities, and that these entities kept some of the sailors, and they never reappeared. Some of the sailors were phased into the bulkheads. Some of the sailors had like an arm or a leg stuck in a bulkhead, or they would materialize between decks, and obviously they didn't live. It sounds a lot like The Fly or The Fly 2. It's just very horrific, terrible sounding experiment. But what was of interest was that some of the cadavers had marking devices inside the bodies, in the temples, in the back of the head, the neck, arms, that had basically, they were shaped tracking devices that gave off an electromagnetic signature that had symbols on them. Philip said that this is what he referred to as tracking technology, or chips that would later show up. It was really interesting because there's no other mention of this in anywhere else in the lore. He also brought up, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm trying to, debunk him. I'm just saying that some of the stuff that he brought to the table, no one had ever heard of. And so it's kind of, you have to really look at it objectively and try to think about it. He said that our first contact with aliens wasn't actually in Roswell in 1947. It was in 1909. That it was a Union cavalry or a group of they were phasing out cavalry, but it was a group of cavalry that stumbled onto a cave in which they had saucers and dead bodies. And that's how we first found our first alien technology, not at a crash in Roswell. There's no mention of that anywhere. No one can find any information on it. So that's all I'm saying, is sometimes you have to take this with a grain of salt, so that you either realize that Philip Schneider was telling the truth, or he was telling a partial truth, or he was just making the whole thing up. We don't know. There's no way to tell. But some of the things that he was mentioning at that time were unknown, and it generally proved later to be true. So there is some of that you have to go, I wonder how much of it is actually true. He was one of the first persons to talk at length about black projects, which is basically, or black funding, where, when the government spends like $6,000 on a hammer, or $500,000 on a toilet seat for a plane in case of decompression, the crew's not going to be using that toilet seat. So, that money's obviously being funneled into something else. And as we've seen with like Gary McKinnon, there are projects that when Gary McKinnon, I think it was like 2000, 2001, he's a Scottish hacker who had high functioning Asperger's, and he hacked into the military, into the Defense Department's database and into the NASA database. And what he found there was he found a listing for an extraterrestrial fleet of the United States military, and all the ships had like USSS prefixes. So I think it was like the LeMay and the Hillernotter, but it was like two ships basically that were like technically like star destroyers. They were miles long craft that had smaller craft attached to it, and they had officer listings. They had names of people who were officers on these ships. Now, you could say that somebody was playing a joke or had left that in the database as a joke, or somebody could have, put that in there in case hackers got into the outer portion of the defense network. We don't know. But the reality is he found that, and they did try to extradite him and bring him back to the United States from Scotland, and the UK nixed that, wouldn't let him do that on the basis of mental health. So he was allowed to hack into the databases and get away with it. But what he did find was this what people say is evidence of an extraterrestrial fleet that was built by the U.S. military. So what Philip Schneider was saying is that we have this technology that the military has, and a lot of times, and I keep hating to use this term, but I call it lore because there's no way to prove it. But he would say that we have technology. Usually the military's technology is truthfully, the secret black programs have technology that's 45 to 100 years in advance of what we have. So like if we're using coal-fired stoves, they're using, 0-point energy modules. If we're using, a biplane, then they're using like an F-22 Raptor. It's like...
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I know that from... I heard that many years ago, I was working at a florist, and the manager's brother apparently was some kind of a genius beyond genius, way, way up there. And she said that they invent things that are about 25 years in the future. And like ATM machines, like they will give us a part of it so we can learn how to use it, and then it comes on the market. But these things are way in the future. They've already invented them. Yeah, so that I can verify that that's true. That God only knows what they're what they've invented now and what's in the future now. I can only imagine. But
so you went out on me again on audio. I can't hear you. Oh, sorry. Your audio went out on me.
Yeah, it doesn't want me to talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, we're totally...
It's very important information.
Yeah, because they have like two terms that they use. One is like legacy technology. The other is BTH, or Beyond the Horizon technology, which is like the legacy technology is what they give us, like me using this when everybody else has a smartphone. Then there's the BTH, which is like, interstellar drives and that kind of thing. Again, how are we going to prove this unless we witness it? I don't know, but that's the lore that they have. But we do know that black budgets are real. If you look at, like when you watch Rand Paul do a breakdown on the floor of Congress of like what they're spending stuff on, it's like, smoking monkeys, $500,000 for smoking monkeys research, or we're going to see if the African Velt loon can climb up a stair and touch a cat on its head. There's stuff that's like,
really ridiculous. Like, sure, heard that. Okay. Yeah.
It's just, for a fact that we're dealing with black budget programs. And I think one of the things that was really interesting is that, Philip, yes, lizards on treadmills, as Rob calls it, which is actually a real thing. But Philip Corso, he was in the U.S. military, he wrote a book called The Day After Roswell. I kind of took issue with what he said, but he said that basically when the saucers crashed in 46 and 47, he said there was actually two separate crashes, but he said that the technology we used from these creatures, from these aliens, or beings, we retro engineered it, which, you know, that's arguable. It really is. It's arguable. But he said that we get laser disc players, we get bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, all this stuff. But what it ignores, and he said we get integrated circuit technology. The problem with that is that there's actual recorded work, and very public work, by the way, of development of integrated circuits and our technology, silicon-based technology, that was developed in labs by private corporations and researchers, and it was very meticulously, you know, all the failures, everything was very. It's like he just ignores the fact that, you know, it's a lot like ancient aliens, where they're like, aliens built everything. The problem is that humans are actually pretty crafty, and, you know, when you go to the Peruvian jungles and you say, I'd like a piece of granite, you know, they'll go out, or, you know, they'll find a quarry, they'll cut it, and it will be just as smooth as the pyramids. But nobody wants to record that. They would like to believe that all the technology that we receive came from other sources and we just inherited it. But, you know, there was a very painful, slow process in developing these technologies that's very well documented. So it kind of just flies in the face of that. On the other hand, having seen one of these ships myself, I don't know what it was, but if you look at like a TR-3A or a TR-3B, which is called the Manta aircraft, or if you were to see a B-2 bomber, the B-2 bomber, the Spirit bomber, which now has been replaced, I can't remember, it's like a B-27, I can't remember what the new terminology is for, but it's a smaller stealth bomber similar to the Northrop Flying Wing. If you go back to World War II, the Germans had a bomber called the Horton, which was an all-wood aircraft, and it was so that it would help reduce the radar signature, but it was a flying wing. And there's only one surviving example of it, and it's in the Smithsonian. But that right there proves that flying wings were proof of concept, and they had been developed, you know, by the Germans, you know, ages ago. It's just the materials have changed. We've advanced more in the materials, but we're still building a flying wing because we've got fly-by-wire now instead of hydraulics. And the fly-by-wire is that electronic controls. We've got computer-enhanced controls that allow a human being to control a more unstable aircraft. So we're allowed to build a more unstable aircraft that flies at higher speed. So we've just simply exchanged technology, but the proof of concept is still the same. So sometimes I take issue when people say that, you know, we inherited everything from, you know, we got Tang from aliens. I mean, you know, it's just, there is, you know, proof of this technology being developed by human hands. So I don't know whether I buy into that, but I do believe into the fact that there is something to what both Phillips are saying about this legacy technology and this BTH technology, beyond horizon technology, where there do seem to be leaps in technology that come very quickly, and, you know, that just could be, you know, because of our developments. But at the same time, there's some things that we don't see that people are reporting in the lore, you know, anti-gravity craft, hypersonic craft, that, you know, things like that, you know, very well could be from, you know, backwards engineering technology from other sources. But, you know, we don't know. We can't. None of us here can prove that. But that's what, you know, the lore is. But when you're talking about, you know, one of the things I thought was really interesting too that he brought to the lore was something called the Greada Treaty. It's the 1954 Greada Treaty, and this is one of the things that made me really interested in this case. He said that, you know, his dad had been involved in development of the A-bomb, the H-bomb, high-speed cameras to capture shots of Bikini Atoll when they set off the bombs. And in that, there were pictures of saucer craft leaving Bikini Atoll. So he had a lot of this stuff that was put together. But the most interesting part about it was the letter that he had from his father, that Otto Oscar Schneider had written, that was basically, I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think it was Nathan Twining, Naval Lieutenant Nathan Twining, or Twining, something like that. He wrote a letter to him basically stating that there was a treaty in 1954 called the Greada Treaty. And the agreement was there in UFO lore, there's this is really interesting. That's one of the reasons why I said we should try to get Laura Eisenhower on here someday, She would be a really good interview about this. But her great-great-grandfather, President Eisenhower, at that time he was General Eisenhower, I think. Or no, he was president. Sorry. President Eisenhower has what they call a missing day in his schedule during this period. It was one day, I think like in February, that he has on his records that they said that he went to the dentist. But the problem is that his dentist, both the White House dentist and his private dentist, both don't have any record of him visiting. The staff doesn't remember him visiting. They say that he didn't even have any dental work during that period. So the lore is that he was at Edwards Air Force Base, Muroc Field, and March Field, and he met with aliens that day. What they say is there was a treaty that was, he had two opportunities for a treaty. One was from a race called the Etherians, which were very advanced, human-looking Nordic type aliens that basically were wanting to give us, free energy. They wanted us to come into a peaceful coexistence, but they asked for us to give up nuclear weapons. The second group was a little bit more of what Philip was talking about. It was the Greys, or they called them the Ebens, but they were basically, they varied anywhere from 3 foot high up to 9 foot tall, but they were gray aliens with dark almond-shaped eyes, very malevolent, very sinister. They basically said, we'll enter into an agreement with you. We'll give you the technology. The only thing we want in return, basically, is access to a small number of humans every so often, some cattle, and we'll tag them. We'll do some genetic experiments that you will be included in, and then we'll catch and release. We'll put them back in the population, and no one will know. They won't be harmed.
It says devices not connected. So we kind of lost. And how he must be saying something that the government doesn't want us to hear. Oh no. Oh geez. Is Megan watching this? Megan is his girlfriend. If you're watching this, please. Hello there, Amy Joyce. Please tell David that something about the device is not connected, and he looks like the microphone is muted. Okay, I guess he's going to have to connect his mic and his camera before he can come back into the stream. Something happened. Mike, David. The government knows you're talking. Oh no. Oh no, this must be
Are
you back? Wait.
There we go. Hear you.
You can hear me, okay.
Your camera, I still won't see you yet. I can hear you. That's good though. And that came at a very opportune time.
That's
huh? It's like they know you're talking. Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
So David has been muted by the government. All of a sudden he disappeared, and we're talking about stuff that has to do with people who are in this field or discover these things somehow disappear. And he disappeared. So he's trying to get back on. He almost was back on. But now he's completely disappeared. And just to reiterate, there's an asteroid headed towards the planet. It's true. If you go on livescience.com, they give you live updates. I checked for live updates, so I get them all day long. So there's this asteroid that is as long as the Great Pyramid is high. And it's supposed to pass over Sunday, but David here says that it's supposed to be passing over tonight. And it says safely. It's going to pass over the Earth safely. And I don't know if they're telling us that so we don't all freak out. But there is such a thing as underground bases. We're talking about an underground alien base at the moment, which sounds pretty scary. And here we are. And if you know anything about, I'm sure David already knows this, the idea when AOC said that her life was in danger and she was 10 minutes away across the street. Well, the reason why, when they went into the place, I shouldn't even say this, but no, this is something that everybody should know. And it's an important thing to have. There's a bunker underneath Washington that all our leaders can go into immediately, and that they can run the country from under there indefinitely. There's food, there's everything down there, everything that you can possibly imagine, and it's very, very comfortable. But we have that just in case a nuclear bomb goes off or we get attacked, that our leaders are safe and that they can run everything. But I can see why they did that, and I can see why it's important that that's done, because if you don't have something like that, then you can have aliens or some other leader. Let's say the Nazis. Say the Nazis came back.
A lot of that it actually originated with. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that did actually originate.
We are protected.
Yeah.
Say that
again.
I
mean, I was just saying a lot of that actually did originate with Nazi Germany, because a lot of when we were, bombing Germany, a lot of their development of their weapons, they had, started with things like the Maginot Line in France, and in D-Day, Normandy, like with the emplacements. But you had the Germans were really good at deep tunneling and boring, and they like Eagle's Nest with Hitler, he had a huge underground bunker, a complex there. The Germans were masters at this stuff, tunneling out. I harp a lot on the Messerschmitt 262, one, because my grandfather, he was in the rail splitters during the Second World War, and he was one of the first units to see a jet aircraft and to shoot it down, thankfully. But the Messerschmitt Schwalbe 262, which stands for I think Sparrow, but it was a twin engine jet aircraft that the Germans developed. That a very well engineered piece of engineering, and if they had made this craft in sufficient numbers, they probably could have won the war, because it had a very, at that time, for the top speed of what fighters were looking at, most of the nations were pretty well matched as far as airspeed, but this thing could fly circles around bomber formations. But thankfully Hitler wasn't very bright and decided to turn it into a bomber and install racks on it, and it slowed production down. So that was the main thing that killed it. But they had huge facilities underground for building these craft, and they had I see Rob to tell you about the Maginot Line. He's making me laugh. Sorry, y'all. But the
for a second there, I went off for a second and screen.
Oh, no problem.
I'm going to assume this is going to happen a lot.
Yeah, I find that generally, again, there's. I think a lot of it's the storms and the activity.
Our internet isn't the best either.
Well, we lost Felicia. I think we lost Felicia.
Felina,
sorry. Keep calling her Felicia. I'm so tired, y'all. So anyway, what were we discussing? I think we were discussing the German engineering.
David show now.
Yeah, what we were talking about basically though is that this type of engineering has been around for years, and governments around the world have had this engineering for decades. So it's not anything new. And especially during the Cold War, a lot of these facilities were developed. These deep underground, the deep underground military facilities were developed, like Cheyenne Mountain and so forth. So in order to, in the case of nuclear war, as Felina said, I just called you Felicia while you were out. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm tired. We had, I'm so tired I can't even think straight. But I was going to say, it goes back to what you were saying, that they always take care of the government. You can guarantee that that the vice president and the president are going to be well taken care of wherever Air Force One to, but wherever Air Force One or Two ends up at, they're going to end up in a bunker somewhere, well protected. Congress definitely during this time is definitely well protected.
Congress,
they've got bunkers all over the country. Yeah, I mean all over the country. Yeah. So. They're not going to have anything to worry about, and they have these things have air filters, circulating air. They have underground reservoirs of water. They've got food stock for ages, and they've got their own military. They've got their own government. They've got their own schools. They can bring their families in. The rest of us we're going to be eating radioactive magnetite while they.
Who are they going to rule?
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing that Philip was talking about. He was saying that's what he was one of the first I guess you'd say the progenitors of the whole New World Order thing, that he basically said that all of this exists because they've made a treaty, the Greada Treaty in 1954 that Eisenhower entered into. Has basically sold us into servitude. That these creatures had been around for millions of years, and that they're going to eventually one day take control. What's really interesting is, I don't know if anybody out there has ever heard of Richard Sharp Shaver, but he was a science fiction writer. I think this was like in the 50s or 60s, but he wrote a lot of stories for his friend Ray Palmer for Amazing Stories. And what's interesting is that he wrote about a society of underground dwellers. There were two races, one called the Taros and one called the Daros, which sounds hysterical, but Taros basically were a really ancient, advanced, noble species that was technologically advanced, and they died out, and their technology got taken over by the second race, which was the Daros, which are a bunch of interbred, evil, deformed beings. They're completely reliant on the tarot tech. Like gravitational chairs. But what he said was, in these stories, and they ran for years, like decades, I think like 20 or 30 some years, and the readers loved these stories. But he said they would use amplifiers to affect people on the surface of the planet to cause them to react in violent, dangerous, crazy ways, and that was the reason why we kept seeing an increase in violence, and that was why we kept seeing so many crimes happening and people mental illnesses, was because these machines, these deviant creatures, the Daros, were using them. He described them as having like trunks like elephants. They were grossly fat, but they would have giant rape orgies, and they would abduct people and bring them underground. Make a long story short, what was interesting is at the end of all of this is, Ray Palmer went to Shaver and he said, "Man, I can't believe this fiction is doing great for our sales. I hope you keep it up." And he says, "Well, I've run out of things because these stories, there's no more stories to tell because I've told them all the information I can." And he said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, I've been couching it as fiction, but it's real." He said, these people that have been abducted are real. And they had a number of readers who wrote into Amazing Stories and said, "This happened to me. I would go down in an elevator, and the elevator would kept going, and I ended up in this place, and I was abducted, and I just escaped." And even Palmer was followed by this guy who said he worked in a machine shop, and that effectively he had been sleeping in his apartment, and then he was told to go to this tunnel, and he did, and ended up being abducted and taken underground, and it took him 5 years to get away from them. But so this whole idea of these societies that have lived underground has been around for hundreds of years. I mean, you had in Turkey, the tribes in Turkey have entire underground cities that they built, and they in their lore and in their legends, they describe underground dwellers. In all the creepypasta and the urban fables, you have people who are urban explorers who said they've gone down into tunnels and run into reptilians, or you have And I don't mean to sound dismissive. I'm just saying, there was supposedly a city of lizard people under Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Library. And there's talk about that. So this always has kind of been out there in the, I hate to say it again, that word, lore of, supernatural lore of these societies that are living right under our feet that are hostile to us. But what's interesting is there was a Omni, I guess it was in the 1990s, had a article about the 10 best UFO cases and what the reasons why they picked it. So this was a magazine saying that these are the reasons these scientists picked these stories because they feel this is the most evidential area of all the UFO lore. One of the stories was about a NATO military staff member. He had been on staff with SHAPE, which is the Supreme Headquarters Allied Presence in Europe or something like that. And he had a cosmic top secret clearance. And this is where it gets interesting when you start doing the cross study between all these different myths and lore. He said there were 12 species that were known that we had made into agreement with. 12. He said only one of them or two of them were close to being friendly. The other 10 were very hostile, which is literally what Philip said. The thing is that Philip had been long dead when this article was posted by this military man. Philip said that there were 12 species and only 2 of them were kind to us. So there's kind of a little bit of weird overlap that happens. And that's what I was saying earlier about sometimes with the lore. You read things that people who don't have any connection with each other say, and it's entirely possible they pick it up from other sources or, it's out there on the internet now. So you really don't know. But at that time, there wasn't really that kind of cross-hatching that we have with the internet to read these things or to have them, this kind of, when people write fiction, put it on the internet, now anybody can add to the lore. Like even with Philip's death, we've got people saying that he was strangled with a chain. We've got people saying that he was strangled with a garrote and piano wire, when clearly you can go online and look at his autopsy photos. Not that I want to, but I've seen them. He's got Tygon tubing, a catheter tube. And that's what the actual facts are. But these people keep adding to the story that a man in a black hat and a trench coat came in and made, it's just ridiculous. Sometimes some of the things that you read, and you have to weed that out and say, that's just not the case. And so that kind of misinformation though, I think, which brings me to another point. Philip was bringing up during some of his conferences that he received death threats on a frequent basis. He had been run off the road. He had been shot at. He had people that were, trying to kill him. So he borrowed a 9mm gun from a friend in order to protect himself. But one of the things that he brought up was this idea of misinformation and disinformation, of somebody doing psyops against him, of trying to disprove what he said. And he said, and we've seen kind of in other cases, especially with MK Ultra, that's a program that was actually real. It actually existed. And we have at least one recorded death that we know of a man, fell out of a hotel room window and died because of the program, because he was fed LSD without his knowledge. The person that unearthed that program, she ended up dead too. She got suicided. So it's not far from possibility when people, these stories get out there that they're telling the truth. It's just, we don't have any way of, on some things, of verifying that information. But other things like, MK Ultra, and now that things are being declassified on a wide basis, we're starting to see some information trickle out that kind of corroborates what these people are telling us. Hello?
Yeah, you would have. There we go.
I must have said the code words. Wow, we're getting.
It's like he tried to get the JFK, all the information on the JFK assassination, except they said they had to go through it all.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird when you have they're saying that these records are going to be sealed for 60 years. What information about a presidential assassination is so important that you're going to seal records. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. It could have been less time than that, but it's like an unbelievably long amount of time that before somebody that was assassinated in the 60s, and they're saying that, well, none of us will be alive when they, obviously something's up, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Somebody mentioned Operation Mockingbird. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah.
Still alive.
Yeah.
And we can think of, I know, I'm not going to say it, but we know one family that's still going.
Yeah.
That's connected to that. I won't say it.
Yeah. And it's weird, like, well, also too, when you look at who became president after Kennedy was assassinated, like that happened pretty fast. So, I mean, but I think
he had his hand in the pie. He fixed the election in Texas, his own election, and they had him fix the election. Is it Illinois? The father fixed, and he had the mafia fix it in Illinois. And
there was so much, like, one of the things that I thought was really interesting was during the Second World War, the government contracted, and Japan did something similar with the Yakuza. We contracted with, early formations of families involved in crime families, but we contracted with the mob to protect the wharfs and shipping facilities because they knew the docks better than the agents did. So the government has a contract that they wrote up with the mob, with members of the then known mob, to protect all of our shipping areas from Germans. And I thought that was just like the most interesting thing I'd ever read when I was studying that, because it shows that, you want to talk about out of the box thinking. I mean, they're working with the mob to protect our ports from enemy incursion. I just thought that was just the strangest thing, And there was some question in the government because they were worried. Do what? I'm sorry.
No, I said you owe them. After you do that, you owe the mob.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
And
so there's something that they get back from that. And when the Twin Towers were hit, they said, "We'll find the people that did this. If you let us, we'll find them." And they let that out, and they said, "No." Our government said, "No, don't do it," because they can imagine what they would have asked in return. But apparently, they must. If the mafia is telling you that they will find them, they know where they are and where they've got some pretty good information. But didn't whatchamacallit, Bobby Kennedy, didn't he go after the mob? And essentially they say that the mob is no more.
I mean, there's so much during that period that the strangeness of the different, no pun intended, bedfellows, like the people that were working with each other during that period was just like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's been declassified about McNamara and the military. One of the things that Eisenhower warned everybody about was he said the military industrial complex would be the ruination of this country. I mean, this is a man who spent his whole life in the military and working with the industry on building back up after the Second World War, reshaping Europe. So when he tells you that that's what we need to look out for, these corporations, I mean, that's kind of a scary thing. And this man, he was involved in a lot. Like, I mean, it's like every time I'm looking at something, in the lore, Eisenhower's name comes up all the time, like constantly. I mean, whether it's alien interactions, whether it's backdoor treaties, whether it's working with the enemy, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just saying his fingerprint was all over history. So if it's his involvement to that level is public, just imagine all the dealings that were going on behind the doors during the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, even all the way back to the 30s. I mean, we were making, like Neville Chamberlain was totally trusting of the Axis and the other, the people that were generally going to try to be the undoing of the world. This man is trusting them fully, peace in our time and that whole 9 yards. But he had no idea what he was dealing with, the kind of monsters he was dealing with. So for us to bring people into our space program, it kind of goes back to that
Yes,
story.
they built our space program. Yes, they did.
They one of the things that when we were talking earlier about the technology, Philip said that and you hear this a lot. There's a lot of people now who have this in the lore that there's these breakaway civilizations like you see on the glockenspiel, the red bell, which is basically a red mercury powered bell that allowed time travel technology. You see about the
it's inside of a round.
It was like a large circular structure, and they say that it allowed the Germans to go back into
the bell of what did they call it? What was the name of it?
The glockenspiel. The glockenspiel.
Yeah, I remember seeing a whole thing on that. Yeah, and they had
like
the Wunderwaffen.
Yeah, and especially that was that's where you get Kecksburg, Ohio, with the giant acorn. They actually have a big giant, I think it's like a fiberglass acorn shaped bell there that they say fell to Earth, which supposedly was this time travel device. But the thing is, like they say they have breakaway civilizations in Antarctica, where the Germans established bases there with the Nordics and the reptilians, and they spread out to the moon, all the way out to Mars and further out into space, and that they now have interplanetary travel, time travel, that the secret governments are working with the Etherians, and they're bringing down the Dark Lighters, and it's like this whole entire lore of this war that's going on, the secret war that's going on, and whether it's real or not, who knows? But the thing is that what it does is it takes away from the real things that happen, like Philip, where I don't know if maybe and I mean that, I don't mean this honestly. I don't mean this to hurt his family. I'm just saying we don't know Philip Schneider personally, so we don't know if somebody had a monetary beef with him. We don't know if he made somebody angry. We don't know if somebody. The man was handicapped on a very severe level. I mean, he could
cancer. I read
cancer. He could not lift his hands pretty much above his waist. One of the reasons why they give that he and his ex-wife broke up was just because his medical issues were so extensive. It caused so much stress, but he was dying. I mean, and he was excited, like really excited about going to the new conventions. He was working on a new book with a friend. There's no reason that his friend said that he gave any indication that he was sad or depressed or wanted to kill himself. For the most part, everybody said he was very amiable, very friendly. He got along with everybody. He loved his child. There's no reason, really. He was on good terms with his ex-wife. There's no reason for this man to kill himself.
She won't get the daughter won't get the life insurance.
The inheritance, yeah.
So if he kills himself,
it was ruled a suicide.
Yeah,
because it was ruled a suicide, and she can't get them to change that.
And if he's dying anyway, why commit suicide and then you leave your daughter with nothing? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what leads credence to the fact that he. Right. And then his closest associate, like 12, literally 12 of his closest associates, suicide. That's like numbers unheard of.
That's
obviously,
that's impossible. I mean, no. No. There's something going on. And if would it be easier just for the government to say, rather than killing all these people, wouldn't it be easier for them to just say, oh, he said all this crazy stuff, and as you can see, it's not true, and he's crazy and dying anyway. I mean,
that's what goes back to the whole thing about the disinformation. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna have to let me see if I can. I've got it on my notes here somewhere. Paul Benowitz, that's who it was. Paul Benowitz was a New Mexico physicist. Paul Benowitz had a radio that he used to listen to transmissions, and he picked up some very strange transmissions in Dulce. So this overlaps kind of again with the lore, but he picked up a lot of transmissions that he said were extraterrestrial in nature, that were going back and forth between an air base there, and some unnamed or unlocalized source. So he went to the government with this information and said that he thought that there may be a base in Dulce. Well, what happened is they actually assigned a 3, not just 1, but 3 separate officers to encourage him on giving them this information and feed him false information. And they would meet him in clandestine places and say, oh, yes, you're totally right. You've discovered it. We don't want this to get out. We'll work with you, but just don't tell anyone, and they fed this man along for years. And the man eventually had a nervous breakdown. So this is actually something that's recorded, factual information, that they fed this man lies and strung him along. So, but it also begs the question of what are they were worried more, I think, about actual military, true military maneuvers and things that were going on in that area. That's what they say. But was it really necessary to drive this man to complete, insanity and have a nervous breakdown because of the fears that he had in order to protect this information? Couldn't they have simply pulled him aside and said, look, we're working on something sensitive here. Don't follow it. Just give him the warning, threaten him with jail time, whatever, and then let it go. Yeah. But no, they worked with this man in actual psyops to drive him insane. And that's actually factual information. That's truth, And the same thing with Philip. This man died under very unusual circumstances, and they rule it as a suicide.
That seems impossible without his fingers and being unable to move. Raise his arm?
His wife said he couldn't even do his collar properly. But
he's dying of cancer. It's impossible for him to have done that. And that's a catheter tube. I know what they look like. I've dealt with those. They found him a week after he died? They said
it was already a week or 2 weeks. Like, his friend was concerned about his well-being and then went to his landlord and said, hey, I'm a little bit concerned about Phil. We haven't seen him. So they unlocked the door and found him face down in his wheelchair at the side of his bed.
He was right into the wheels of the wheelchair. He was
just into the seat, I think it was. There's a lot of information online about how the circumstances in which they found Mr. Schneider, and it's really it's heartbreaking, because he had, at that time, she was a small child. His daughter, she's now grown, but he left behind his ex-wife and his small little girl, and what reason would it serve to kill this man? I mean, it's just like, was it that important to where they had to take his life for this information? But I think it was because he said he was going to go a lot further and more detail and more information. So again, whether you believe in this or not, the lore, there's something there in order for this man to have been murdered. And may have been something mundane. Like I said, it could be that he made somebody next to him angry. But what's interesting is, and I think that was part of the information that I sent you with his wife. I think Ms. Dreyer said that the personal assistant that he had, the medication that he was being given, they called the facility. And when they called the facility, they found out that they didn't have him on record. They had never heard of him. And they said, we've not been treating him. He had a personal assistant that he was told came from the healthcare center. No one had ever heard of this woman. So it was a blonde-haired woman that showed up to help take care of him, and no one even knew who this lady was.
About the blonde-haired woman, they said there's 5 people that killed him.
They say that. Yeah, and it's weird because they've had people who do. I'm trying to think of the supernatural shows that had psychics look into it. And the weird part is like 3 separate shows, whether you believe this or not, you believe the lore. 3 separate shows came to the same conclusion. It was like you just said, 5 people were involved in his death. I think 1 person directly, and then like 4 other people. And that's all they could come up with, these psychics. But it was 3 separate shows that had nothing to do with each other, I just thought it was really strange that happened. But he he was going to, be more forthcoming and have a book out, a book that he was writing with his friend. He was going to start trying to, before his life ended, from cancer, from all the things that he was suffering from. He was going to try to do a few more shows, and get out there and talk. And I think whoever did that just didn't want him to come out with any additional information. So it's just very tragic.
Friend? Does the friend still have this information?
It's interesting. He said his exact words were that out of the 60 some people or whatever that died during that battle in 1979, that there were 3 people that survived. He was one of the 3. He said his other 2 friends actually had information. One of those individuals was supposedly a special forces operator. And this is where I think that the whole question, the blurring, starts to come in. This person was supposedly a special operative who was able to sneak back into the base using his clearance and get photos and additional information. And you're going to laugh at this, but I tried to send you and Rob that information, and all 3 times it was blocked. It wouldn't let me send the packet. No, I mean, really. So I got in touch with the internet carrier. I said, "Is this above your bandwidth?" And they're like, "Absolutely not. It's very small. It should be fine. You should be." 3 separate times I tried to send this to you guys, and I couldn't send it. And all it was literally like a summation that this guy had written from the 80s. And I thought that was just the funny. And I'm not trying to cue the music, but it was just funny that 3 times I tried to send this, let it go through. I'm sure there's a mundane technical reason for it, but it was just really funny. I looked at my girlfriend. I was like, "Oh, great," But
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that's 3 times, and then it's blocked 3 times. I mean,
well, it's weird. The one of the things that when I was saying earlier about that gives their argument to whether this is just people making information up and fabricating stories, or we're dealing with psyops or disinformation or counterintelligence, was that there was an original packet of photos that Philip said that were attached to this man mailed to him, and he mailed it to multiple drops to different people. Then in case something happened to him, he said, "If I die, I'm suicided. It wasn't me. I'm not going to commit suicide, and release the stuff when the time comes." Never got released. But then one of these packets showed up at a publisher's house that knew Philip. He published the pictures. The only problem was that he received a letter that said, "Those are not the pictures that I sent you. That's not the information that I gave you. I don't know where you got this from." And this drop, apparently, some of the pictures had supposedly what were breeding pods for genetic experiments. And I'll go into that more about the base levels, which was really, really terrifying. But they said that apparently there was this thing called the Hall of Horrors. This base was split into 7 known levels. Levels 1 through, I think it was 4 were human. Then 5, 6, and 7 were given over to these entities. So the 5th level was housing for the entities. 6th level was for genetic experiments. And then 7 was the worst level of all. It's what they called the Hall of Horrors, which is basically this large cavern where they kept all of their human and hybrid animal experiments, and where supposedly the EVEs fed on blood and nutrients that they took from humans. Anyway, long story short, these photos were supposed to be at that 7th level. The problem is that this was back in the early days of the 90s, they found out that those pictures were actually from a Arnold Schwarzenegger movie called The 6th Day, which is about cloning. So they debunked the heck out of that. So from that point forward, that information just got soured. So the publisher said that the pictures he was initially sent somehow got erased off of his hard drive. He said the physical copies disappeared out of the office, the magazine. He said those were not the pictures that he saw. And he said the information that he had is gone, and he didn't back up the hard drive, so it's just gone. So who knows what to believe, but that right there is a good argument for obviously somebody's messing with this information. So either the information was false to begin with and fabricated, or the information was true and somebody stepped in and quelched that, just shut it down. So, and eliminated the information. So you don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You find that all the time in the paranormal field, that there's people that make things up, and then you encounter people who obviously saw something that they can't explain. They're deeply traumatized by it. They're deeply affected by it. Whether it's a crew member on a ship that saw a USO or a UFO, I guess now they're not calling them that. Whether it's a Air Force staff member in Kansas who had their nuclear weapons shut down and then restarted, and they had things fly over, whether it's, you see this kind of thing happen all the time where people see something that they can't explain and you find out things that happen to them. I think like even in Britain, you've got people over there that have seen things like Rendlesham Forest, that story where all the military people there have had, they've had their pensions threatened, things like that happen that are very real things. That you've got like the burn pits at Area 51, which was, I think Linda Moulton Howe covered that, and people call her a crazy kook, and they're like, you're wanting to talk about UFOs, blah, 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 you're a kook. But what she was trying to bring attention to was the burning pits, where very real problems were happening, where they were burning very toxic, materials, metamaterials and things like that had been used for the stealth fighter development, things like that. And these people were coming down with cancers and multiple myeloma and brain tumors and respiratory issues, very real problems that they just kind of hushed up because the government didn't want them to know about it. You've got people who live next to a bombing range that they don't want to sell their land, so they just get bombed and no one ever hears about it. But that, these are things that are very real. So it's hard to say where that line blurs, where the reality of what Philip experienced or argumentatively what he fabricated to try to gain attention. But I find it hard to believe that a man who's terminal is going to try to go around to conferences to get a couple of $100 at best. Back then I think it was even less, and barely be able to make a living and bring, why would he bring attention to himself and threaten his pension, his retirement, threaten to be put into an insane asylum, all these things that could have happened to him. He risked that. So obviously something happened. So we don't know what though. Nope. It's like our audio's.
They keep muting my mic. This is constant. What did I say? I said something. The last thing that I said. Oh,
I would help you with it, but I could not hear you. I was totally
like the was I talking about the bunkers or agreeing that he couldn't die? I forget. I was wondering what the last thing I said was, that the mic just keeps muting and muting and muting. So
yeah, you have to piss somebody off out there, So if anything happens to Flynn and I, we didn't suicide. We're just telling you, okay?
Oh, that's right. Oh my God. That's right. Well,
once again, the audio's out.
I know. It's continuous. It's not like.
Let's test this.
You want to test this?
Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. Oh, yeah, let's see if it shuts off. Spoilers. Yeah.
Darth Vader. He is.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, you read some of these stories sometimes. I was talking with my girlfriend though about one of the things I thought was really interesting is like now the gentleman, and I cannot think of his name, but the pilot the radar intercept officer, the Rio in the F-18 that found that had the photos of the Tic Tac, or I should say the information about the Tic Tac UFO. He is now suing the government because they're basically like just hanging him out to dry. They're just like, that yes, this thing exists. We don't know what it is, but they're also too, kind of very obliquely saying that maybe he didn't know how to use his radar equipment or something like that. But you actually have these things on video. What's interesting is that there's you know, you hear, again, I hate to go back to the lore, but what they're saying is now is that websites like Exopolitics and a couple of other websites are saying that what people are saying quietly is that those Tic Tac UFOs are actually ours. They're actually Air Force craft. And they're saying that they're anti-gravity craft that's been developed for Space Force, you know, President Trump's Space Force. That they're a new type of transport craft and fighter craft that were assigned to these, you know, the Gary McKinnon, when he saw the space fleet, when he, you know, hacked the databases, they say that's part of that they've always existed. They've been existed for quite some time, several decades, in fact. And that, again, it goes back to that beyond the horizon technology. Like, while we were going to the moon in an aluminum foil covered, you know, lunar module that had the power of a calculator, we actually had aircraft carrier sized ships out there going, you know, in the outer rim of the outer rim planets like Pluto and that kind of thing, within a completely functioning military. But, you know, whether that's true or not, we don't know. But what I find interesting is the stories that are building now, as far as the secret scuttlebutt, you know, to use a word, of what those things are, is that they're ours. And that a lot of these craft that people are seeing, these UFOs that people are seeing, again, which is, you know, goes back to like Project Grudge, Project Sign, Project Blue Book. We're seeing, you know, advanced testing of aircraft, you know, new technology aircraft that's way in advance of what we have fielded now. And, you know, instead of turbines, they're using, you know, anti-gravity, you know, lifting techniques, which, if the one thing that I think that's really strange too is, you kind of said, I think this was back when we weren't recording and we were having troubles with the recording, but when something happens to people, either they're killed or people try to destroy their lives, or they're you know, they're trying to ruin these people's lives. What I find interesting is somebody like Bob Lazar, who, you know, would talk about Area 51 and about working on advanced spacecraft that they were reverse engineering. When George, can't think of his name, not George Norrie, but the other George Knapp. When George Knapp was researching Bob Lazar's background, what he said made him realize that Bob might actually be telling the truth, was because the IRS Bob was involved in a prostitute gambling ring. It was with a group that built rocket cars, and Bob was involved in that. But he also had he had invested money into a brothel, and the IRS went after him. The problem was they couldn't find any information on him. It had been cleared. Like, they could not find anything on his social security number. They couldn't find any information on his workplaces. It had been erased, completely wiped out. And the IRS didn't have any explanation for that. And they were trying to find out, like, how did this guy come from nowhere? And all of his financial records had been wiped out. So what George Knapp said was that made him, and he also too, when people would say, you're fabricating where you worked at, well, they found out that he was actually listed, again, similar to what happened to Philip Schneider. It was a simple information switch where he had been registered under a different number. And all of his financial information, they would go to the database and they would say, well, we would like to hand that over to you, but it doesn't exist. And so it was almost like he was a non-person, that somebody out there had just wiped out all of his financial records, his work-related records, but there were actual photos of him. And I think he had kept one of his Livermore badges or something, one of his badges of one of the places that he had worked at with the government. He described in detail, which now it's common knowledge for a lot of people that work in Las Vegas, but he described the military flights that would leave civilian airports, but the military flights that would go out to Area 51 and drop them off onto buses that the windows were blacked out so they couldn't see where they were at. And then they would drive under these facilities inside the mountain, go down into these laboratories, and then start to work on these aircraft or these saucers. So it kind of lent credence to the truth of his story. And then he described an element. I can't remember if it's like element 115 or 118 or something like that. He said it was a triangular shaped, looked almost like Tang, but it was like a dark orange radioactive element that they found it in small little containers on board the craft. And he said that they would take this. There was a central reactor at the center of the craft that was around the control seats. And the seats were for like beings that were like maybe 3 feet high. They were very tiny seats. He said the ceiling curved into the center where the reactor was. And that it was very difficult for the scientists to get in there because it was so small. And since he was smaller than most people, they allowed him, and he knew much about propulsion, they allowed him to go in and look at the stuff to help them to try to reverse engineer it. And he described this element that at that time didn't exist on the periodic table. What happened, though, is that in the ensuing years, since the 90s, when he started telling that story, to now, that element has actually been discovered and plugged into the periodic table. So that leads credence to what he said being truthful. So I thought that was quite interesting. Hello, Adrian.
Hello, David. How's it going?
How's it going?
I'm well.
We're just discussing the weirdness of people being suicided and disappeared by elements out there.
Huh? Can you hear me? Okay.
Mm-hmm. I can
hear you.
Yeah, people do get disappeared for asking nosy questions, for being persistent.
Yes.
And yeah, so I'm not sure what to do about that.
Probably don't be persistent. Don't ask nosy questions like what we're doing right now. Whoa, yeah. I'm going to leave, I guess. Okay, bye. Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was, and I saw what somebody said about Bob Lazar. Yeah, I agree that, Bob's kind of a sketchy character, it seems like, on the surface. But what I'm saying is that it's weird that probably the things you wouldn't want getting out, like the fact that you ran a bunny ranch, or that you had invested in a bunny ranch, or stuff like that. But when the IRS actually, how the IRS works, they're going to find everything. Like if you had some receipt stuck like in your car under the seat, they are going to know that it's there. Or if you got $50 from some contractor you helped hang drywall for like 5 minutes, they would know that you got $50. So the fact that they couldn't find anything on this man, and that, like I said, that was one of the things that George Knapp had said that really led credence to his story, was just that his whole entire past had just disappeared and evaporated in front of him. I don't think the guy still doesn't have an income history, because they voided him off the earth, So, but and like what Adrian was saying earlier, kind of reminded me, like with Roswell. I can't remember the lady's name, but at the time of Roswell, again, that's like a whole nother ball game. Again, I mean, all of this is just there's a lot of lore to this, but I just remember one of the ladies at the time, she was a little girl, and she said that the soldiers told her that if you say anything, if you ever repeat this to anyone, this is a huge desert, no one will ever find you. And she said it terrified her so much that she just refused to talk. Her whole family just clammed up and wouldn't say anything. Now, whatever happened out there, did or didn't happen out there, we don't know. But it's just like everything, like with Rendlesham Forest in England, when that occurred, it's like they were threatened, like if you say anything, your pension will be gone. If it's just a lighthouse, if it's just a mistaken case of landing strip lights or something, then why is your pension being threatened? So obviously something, I'm just saying it doesn't add up, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is so that's something to look at. That there may be mundane reasons that we're testing a new type of nuclear trigger. We could be testing a new type of stealth aircraft. We don't want anyone coming here and being nosy because of the story. So just shut up. I can understand that, and using the heavy hand, but sometimes it just doesn't add up. Like the kind of threats, the seriousness of the threats that people receive, and people being suicided, just doesn't add up if they were just fabricating a story. So it's a bit terrifying. So
yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on that we don't have answers for as citizens,
right?
So
and too, also you'll find like things with FOIA, like Freedom of Information Act requests, like
they keep hitting me. I was about to give some information about Adrian.
Oh, really? We lost Selena again. See, sorry. Adrian, they're uh-oh, she got silenced again.
Yeah. That's
whatever it was, they don't want anybody to know about you.
Well, person of interest.
Oh, she's still silent.
This is unreal.
Or you could have a defective mic cord, which was bouncing swamp gas off of Venus and refracting.
The asteroid.
It's the asteroid. That's what it is.
Uh-huh.
It's the asteroid, right?
It's still,
You want it works perfectly. No, there was
yeah,
no.
we're
it
gonna have to
never
get you
cut
like
out one.
a stationary mic or something, or get you a clip-on mic.
There's something. This
As she's telling us her mic is getting cut off, it's getting cut off. I'm just like,
Yeah, it's pretty selective.
yeah, it's just Felina. Maybe Felina's telling all these secrets that they don't want to know, and that's what it is.
Yeah, it's like what's it when they black out all the lines?
Redacted. Yeah, when
Yeah.
they redacted, that's what I was going to say earlier about the FOIA request. Like they get these documents back, and there's like one word to say lieutenant, and then here, and that's it. That's all that's on the paper. You know, it's like, what are you supposed to learn from lieutenant here? You know that a lieutenant was involved, but that's about, you don't know where, you don't know when, so
Yeah,
it's just
that's pretty big.
But somebody mentioned the Men in Black. I just thought that was
Rob is
funny.
mad at me. Unplug your voice. He's mad at me. He's trying to scare me.
He wants quality control. He's just a big sweet. I love Rob.
He's just like, well.
Clearly, Langley, Virginia's watching. Yeah, they're watching all of us, man.
Everybody.
I told them, look, you want to look at my fat naked butt in the shower? Go ahead, dude. Send that satellite right down to the crack. I don't care. So, look at this fat face. You want to look at that all the time?
They know that I know too much. They already know that. That's why it's happened before. That's why it keeps happening tonight. Every time I'm about to say, Adrian used to work somewhere.
Well,
Before. I'm gonna be a good girl. I won't say where you work.
Yeah, well, I can't tell too much, but I did work in the R&D department.
Go boy.
Of a place, and now I don't. After getting hit on the head and forgetting a lot.
They hit you on the head.
I have that too. Oh yeah, I mean I do too. That's one of the reasons why I had to make such extensive notes tonight, because I have memory issues. Yeah, I think one of the things I thought was really interesting too is like development takes place in like office parks for like some pretty serious stuff. Like I remember sometime in the 70s, being told that there was like sub sonar development taking place like in this like business park in the country, and they were developing sonar at this place, and I was like, holy cow, I did not know that. So you just never know what's going on in these office complexes. So
yeah, well, I did work for the Canadian military for a little while, and I did see some very interesting things. I didn't see any aliens. I can't really add to this conversation from my personal experience.
I have never seen aliens either. Well, at least I don't think so, but I've seen some other things that I don't know what they were, but I don't think they were aliens, but yeah.
I was not
it's like, if they want to take me out, that's like the saddest thing ever. They're actually going to have to spend 93. Well, I don't know. The bullets are kind of expensive now. So 93 cents on and my car is already at the, at the edges anyway. So, knock yourself out there, guys.
You got options.
Yeah, options. I'm giving them options. Yeah. I think they're pretty creative as it is. And we've just lost Lena. I don't know what we're going to do. She keeps trying to tell us secret stuff, but it just keeps blocking her. Yeah. One of the things I do think was interesting from this lore, though, is the whole idea about the Greada Treaty, because you do hear something about every time you hear about UFO lore or any time about secret lore about these, you hear that from everyone about. But he was the first person to actually give it a name and who was involved, and the one thing that's consistent in all these stories is that they just opted not to follow the treaty. So that's why you have all these abductions. That's why you have all but I thought that when Omni did that story about the 10 most plausible UFO stories, and this officer from SHAPE was involved, and he was talking about how the saucers, the way that they recovered them, they actually had recovery teams worldwide. He said all of the stuff that you hear about the different militaries not working together, or that they're at odds with each other. He said the actual reality is that the secret government actually is with everyone. It's like they are all in on it, and they help to recover the craft. And this particular craft that the pictures had been taken from was one that had crashed in like Norway or something. It was in a very soft bed of sand, and so the occupants were killed, but they were still intact, and the saucer was still intact. And he said that it blew his mind, and he which I don't know about and again, here comes the veracity question, but he said that he would take pages of this book to the bathroom with him, sign it out, and read it in the bathroom. And then he so badly wanted to like tear the pages out and take it with him as proof. But he said, he would be in serious trouble. So, and years later, he tells the story and said that he will most likely lose his pension. And again, it's the same story. These people that are being threatened with their pension, threatened with their lives. So if they were I don't know about you, but if I was just going to fabricate a story and make something up, I don't think I would do something that would involve hurting my family, hurting me,
right?
Losing my military pension, and I just, so that kind of makes you go, huh?
Yeah,
how much of this is real? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. We still can't hear Flay. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna get her a new mic.
The first one, yeah.
There
you are.
Been speaking.
Oh, I know. I've been running
I
mine.
haven't been speaking. I've let my breast do the.
What?
Last time I had this on, the last time I had this dress on, for some reason the thing here was covered, and through the whole thing it was covered.
Okay.
And this time, for some reason, I can see it. Last time I couldn't see it, and nobody could see it. And this time it's hooks. This is on top of really weird going on here. Maybe that's it. I was just saying the Department of Defense is watching now. There's a lot of guys who are going to be really happy with this podcast. Everybody to they're just, they're saying, oh, whatever you're saying, it's just going in one ear and out the other because they're looking at this. This is how they're getting us to, hypnotize, And then after this stream,
primal,
what was the stream about? I don't know,
It was about cleavage.
Maximum cleavage.
Yeah.
They're asking because
John Harrison says he feels like he's been reduced to comedy relief.
Womp womp.
Womp
womp. Is there feedback? Is there like an
because
echo?
he said that because my name Felina was in front of it. I don't know.
Yes, Rob, you're right. All roads do lead to boobs.
Having trouble connecting. having trouble connecting.
That's because all those secrets that we just put out earlier. By the way, we told everybody the formula to fusion earlier, so I hope you wrote it down.
Oh,
yeah, cold fusion in a jar.
Check your internet connection.
Yep.
If I can.
How to get free cable. So that's one that everybody really.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Rob just cares about boobs, so at least Rob is not. Rob is being honest.
That's weird. That's weird. You know what?
Yeah.
I just put the the thing there, the link to the stream. I just typed it in, and it totally. I can see it, but it's all blurred out, and it's saying having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection.
Oh wow! Okay, so Alexandria must be very interested in what we're saying right now.
Schrodinger's internet. It's both working.
Yeah,
and
so we've got the Canadian military involved. We got the U.S. military involved. Let's see if we can get like Paraguay or some Colombia or somewhere involved.
Probably the Congo. Yeah.
Right, the Congo. Yeah, let's get the Congolese military. Somebody said let's start a GoFundMe for Felina so we can get her a new microphone. I agree. We should do that.
Sounds good.
Or heck, I'll just buy her one and mail it to her. Give it to Rob to let him.
1 sec. I just gotta.
Oh, let me do it. And it says having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. Nice.
Wow. I'm telling you.
I tried to put that link up.
The magic happens here. So if all of us get suicided, you'll know what happened.
It will not let me put. This is so strange.
Yeah, it's like when I tried to send that file to you guys, it's like I literally got in touch with their tech support and said, is this file too large? They're like, no, absolutely not. It's incredibly tiny to work. Well, I don't know if they were talking about me directly. But they said it's incredibly tiny, and but they said no, you shouldn't have any problem with that, and it would not go through. I couldn't get it. And
what I did was, you see what I did? I went through YouTube.
Talking to my ass.
I'm in StreamYard now, and I went through YouTube.
Water, because I've been parched all day. 1 moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Go get water. Let's see if you come back or get suicided. Don't drink the water.
We love Adrian. We want Adrian to come back.
He's telling us all the secrets of the military. Like, how many military secrets could Canada possibly have?
Adrian was like Cindy Lou Who. He went to go get water, and now we don't know where he went.
Cindy Lou Who was no more than 2. Did he find it? There it is. Because what I did was I opened up a tab in YouTube because we are in StreamYard right now. So I opened up a tab in
okay.
YouTube,
we were worried.
And I
put like Cindy Lou Who and just go and disappear.
You see how it accepted the link when I went through YouTube? It won't accept the link when I go through StreamYard. That's really what. So apparently it's telling me in red, check my internet connection. What's the difference?
Yeah. What they mean is we don't want you to talk about this subject. And no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Although there is this really interesting story that I read one time.
He's like Robert Freed. He's like the kitty cat, Robert Freed. he's knocking at the door. Meow, want to come in. That's what he says when Robert Freed.
There he is. That's my buddy. It's a trap. That's my buddy. God. Yay! I'm so glad you're up.
See that?
My buddy's here. I'm so happy.
Can see my boobs. How about that? No, nobody can see my boobs.
And we just lost 25 viewers.
There was something so patronizing about that hand clap that David gave. It's like he's a big boy. He made it.
I was actually excited, man. You know me. Hey. I had the mind of a child. I was excited that you showed Admiral Akbar. I got excited. I was excited. For real.
This really. What's that?
I tried 3 times. The 3rd time I had to go through YouTube. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, it's like David trying to email us that information, and they wouldn't let him.
That's weird. That's really weird. 3 times the same thing 3 times.
Yeah, it was. And y'all know me. I hate technology, and I'm bad at it. But that's like something I've done for tons of times. Sent files to people, and that just like 3 times.
Oh, Johnny Harrison wants to see my boobs. Johnny Harrison says yes, boobs.
This isn't OnlyFans, buddy. It's not OnlyFans. StreamYard.
That's for you, John Harrison. How about that? But they're smaller. They're smaller because of Rob. Blame Rob.
No, now you get the full screen. Now you get the full screen. By the way, if this is where we're at 45 minutes into the stream, just wait till we're 11 hours into a stream. We completely go off the rails.
Well, that's fine.
Chronic shows
it's going to be you 3.
Singing about
Dave's going to be in his bed sleeping. That's where Dave's going to be. But no, like
Chronic now. He would just he'd be losing his mind. Those are the most beautiful boobs I've ever seen. Oh, God. Adrian would love that stream. There's hysterical.
Talking about the mysteries of the universe, and what are we talking about? Boobs.
That was the best stream.
What?
It's just stream with Chronic. A guy named Chronic was on. and he was looking at a video where it showed I had showed cleavage, and I didn't realize I was showing cleavage. I was talking about poetry, and I was leaning into the camera.
Flane's got like 365 hits on one video in like in an hour. She's like, I don't understand. I don't understand what happened.
It's like I was
People
in the
really
moment,
love that poetry.
You know what I
They
mean?
love that poetry.
And I didn't realize that my boob, that you could see my cleavage until afterwards. And crying, saying, "Oh, those are beautiful."
Oh wait,
beautiful,
I can't throw that
beautiful.
symbol
I
anymore.
love it. I love it. And he's watching it as he's on this other stream with Rob, and he's watching the video of me with my boob.
Yep. She had also taken a shower. She had taken a shower during this 11-hour stream. So
it was bothering him. No, it was bothering him that there was the screen was black where I was. He goes, put one of the dogs here. I'm sick of looking at this black screen here. Oh, this is, and then you were calling it dirty or pornographic. What? The computer was in the hallway. And there was nothing on the screen. How is that porn? Well, you could hear the shower on your naked body. Oh my God, that's pornographic.
I can hear you.
That's pornography. If you think that's pornography, let me tell you, I got other things I can show you.
Oh my gosh.
For those of us who have worked in show business, the term is implied nudity. So yes, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that in the 11-hour show. But it's
yeah. See, everybody tuned in tonight thinking they were going to find out about the mysteries of the universe, and now we're talking about boobs. It always goes down to boobs.
Everybody starts talking about boobs. But you can't see them as much because, you see, before I had the whole side, and you could see them better. But now Rob's there, and you just can't see my boobs. Sorry.
Felina's never showed that much cleavage when she was doing live streams with me. No.
Remember the last time you wore this? Remember the last time I wore this?
If you want me and Adrian to leave you guys, so y'all can argue this out or whatever, we go get a beer or something.
The last time I wore this,
yeah.
I said you couldn't see my cleavage, and you said it was because my name was covering it or something like that.
You're Chiron.
Yeah, no, but this time. It's not being covered, and it's the same name. I didn't say have Wicked Felina. I just said Felina. I don't know what's going on. There's something strange going on. I think somebody's manipulating things.
Well, we would never know that if we didn't do this.
I can't figure that out. I guess it's a mystery. It's one of those mysteries of the universe.
I have a feeling the aliens love boobies. I don't know.
We need two characters, but yeah, we need to do it and have Felina talk in like a baby girl voice. We'll be talking about the mysteries of the universe.
5,000. It'd be like 5,000 likes.
Who does this? Oh, that's Dr. Evil.
Wow, that sounds weird and interesting.
$1 million.
$1 million. I have a serious question, David. I have a serious question. You were talking about like the science fiction author who talked about the two races of aliens.
Shaver. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he talked using like sounds to drive people to commit crimes. That sounds like the electronic targeted harassment. Have you ever heard about people who claim that like the FBI is harassing them or something?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's like he said that Shaver said that at the end of all of it, when his publisher he said, "Well, man, I hate you're not going to write these stories anymore because they sell really well." He said, "No, this is actually real." He said that there's people out there suffering because the Darrows are using this focused technology from these ancient machines. What it was is they didn't know how to repair the technology. They barely knew how to use it, but they were using it to torture people on the surface and drive them into states of insanity or cause them to commit murder because they fed off of that energy.
Damn, these machines are great. Let's torture some people with it.
And what they would do is and this I guess goes into the whole thing we're talking about boobs, but they would have these massive orgies underground where people they had abducted.
You're gonna circle back.
Machines would like enhance the terror. It would enhance the orgasmic energy from these events, and then they would feed off of that. That's what this guy put into these magazines back in the day.
Do you mean organic energy?
Well, sort of, yeah. I mean, he was one of the leaders on that too as well, yeah. But it was just basically like this critical mass of different types of emotions and stuff, and that these creatures fed off of that. And it was just that was Shaver's stories were always about these terrible creatures that lived underneath us. And so, like I said, when his publisher was just like, man, I really hate that you're going to stop writing these. He's like, no, it's not fiction. These are actual, I've mixed it up to try to hide, cover, it's like these names have been changed, but the story, that kind of thing. He said that these are real events. And for years afterwards, they had people writing in when those stories disappeared, saying that this happened to me, this, and that's where that went. So, but there's this whole, if you go out on, the internet, you just look up, Shaver's stories and these stories about these subterranean societies, there's like whole groups of people who just dive in. He had a thing where he would find rocks and say that these are ancient machines, these are ancient glyphs. And so he would have these rocks that he had taken like thousands of photos of these rocks. And when he died, like he had all these rocks piled in his house, and he had like pictures of these rocks piled in his house, just thousands of pictures and thousands of samples that he said these are representation of an ancient, and it was just, it goes back to what we were talking about last week with the pareidoia, where he's just basically seeing shapes in these rocks, that he said were ancient technologies that had fossilized. And so people are like, okay, that's a rock, dude. But the poor man was saying, no, this is actually an enhanced, he would come up with a name for it, but people didn't know if he was deluded, but he had several psychological tests and they found him perfectly sane. And like I said, there was a lot of testimony from these people who said that this had actually happened to me, the whole elevator thing, being abducted off the street. I think, in fact, they interviewed a guy when they did a compilation of stories who had been abducted. He worked in a machine shop, had been abducted by these creatures when he went into a tunnel. And then he said it took him 5 years. I think I said that earlier, but it took him 5 years to get out. And when he did, he was never the same. And then this guy just up and disappeared. So the guy could have been a drug addict. He could have been on alcohol. He could have had mental health issues. But the thing is, he legitimately disappeared after telling his testimony about this, and no one knows what happened to him. So, like I said, it's that gray area of, yeah, it's just, the more you dig into the lore and you dig into the stories about all this stuff, the more deep it just branches off into areas you never knew. And the scary part is that sometimes you come across something where there's factual evidence to back things up. Like, a police officer that saw a UFO. Well, then you have like 6 other police officers who reported they saw the same thing. Somebody got radiation burns, and they actually have hospital records for that, but that's as far as it goes. And but you have factual proof of something that really occurred. So what? Yeah. So what do you do at that point?
Well, I was going to say, like the targeted harassment. You could say, well, these people are mentally ill, they're schizophrenic, which may very well be the case. But then it might be a case of both.
That'd be easier to show that they're crazy.
Yeah, they were selected specifically because they were.
A good example of that, though, is like when you look at the attacks that's happened in the embassy, like first in the Russian embassy, and now you're having in South American embassies where they're having sonic attacks that occurred. We know that the Soviets developed and us have developed infrasound weapons, but they, is this a case where they were attacked by one of these weapons, or was it, are they delusional? But these people are having real problems, and they're having real health issues.
They were blaming Putin for that. I did one of the last reports I did, about political stuff. I read it was a legitimate news source, and that they were blaming that Putin was responsible for it, and why didn't Joe Biden call him on it? Instead, Putin told him, get your ships out of my sea. All this stuff, everything he wanted done, Biden did.
Well, but if you look at between what our president is, and I say president loosely, so that'll tell you where I stand on that. But our president goes and gets a cone of ice cream and then talks about, hot dogs don't have bones and, come on, man. And then we've got a dude who's been proven a stone cold badass who wrestles bears and rides around bare-shirted on a horse, in the middle of the Siberia. So, and he's worked with Spence Naz. So I don't think, it just doesn't, it's not the same thing. I'm sorry, but we, regardless of where you stand politically,
scoops of ice
not the
cream
same
and
thing.
he's evil.
Yeah, you don't go up to somebody who is for all intents and purposes, and this is not Soviet warship. He's a badass though. I mean, come on, the guy's KGB is, he does Sambo. He's still at his age. I don't know if you know anything about Sambo, but it's Japanese. Yeah. It's basically Spence Naz has turned that into a thing called Systema, which is like the Russian military art of Sambo. It is not a gentle art. I've taken it. You get thrown around, you get your bones slapped, you get beat the heck up. And this man at his age is taking that. And not only is he taking it, he's dishing it out. And so that tells you, and then yet our president can't even complete a sentence and has trouble walking down steps of a plane. So I don't know.
Our president cannot complete a sentence with an earpiece in his ear telling him what to say.
And, another thing that's creepy about Joe is that he'll say that I can't talk because they'll get mad at, or he'll get mad at me, or they'll get mad at me. Who is they and who is he?
What he said? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember the what's her face? The vice president.
Can we call her what's her president, vice president? What's her face? That would be awesome.
They're talking about that we might be wearing masks till next spring. He was saying this in the mic, and all the people were in front of him in the room, and she was behind him, and she had the mask on, and as he was saying, she was saying yes. Like, you're saying it right. You're saying what you want you to say.
Yeah.
I thought that, and nobody mentioned that. No, I didn't even mention that. But, oh my God. Somebody
mentioned Mockingbird earlier. That's a good example of what we're talking about as far as psyops or in the mask. I mean, we have a virus. It's not like avian flu. It's a 99.5% survival rate, or even
7% survival rate if you're above 85.
Unless you're above the age of 60 or older, in which case it's just like the flu. We take the flu just as equally seriously, and yet,
and people die.
I mean, I've heard even we're going to be doing mandatory vaccinations at this point. But
it looks like that in Canada. Pretty shitty.
Yeah, but I mean, it just goes back to.
Dog's coughing. You want something?
Oh no! George Succulus. Aliens.
Yeah.
I think Kamala Harris is about 40 years too old for Biden.
Yeah, when you see something like, I don't know, a lot of people out there aren't even aware what Project Mockingbird is, but like if you were just to Google on YouTube or Google YouTube, whatever you want to do, go to YouTube and type in Project Mockingbird and watch the video that comes up. It's like you could say on some level that all syndicated, all conglomerate corporate broadcast companies have similar. They want a standardization across, all the flagships across the country, but this goes beyond that. This is like it's like a very controlled narrative that and this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is an actual fact that the facts aren't even out yet on a car crash, and yet they're saying X person was drunk. He is the Republican chair member for. It immediately goes political. It immediately goes towards targeted as character assassination, without just saying a wreck occurred on this time at this hour. We don't know who was hurt. That's how the news used to be, but now it's it's a very targeted thing now, and it's across the board, locally, nationally. It's the exact same. And for you to sit there and like I said, type in Project Mockingbird, and I'm happy to be labeled as a tinfoil hat, as Rob will tell you. I'm thrilled. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. He's like my only friend, so I don't give a damn. But when you have Project Mockingbird, you type that in and you see where they're repeating the same story like 65 times across the nation, and it's not just news. It's a very controlled character assassination on a corporate level for a person that tells you right away that, you're not being fed the true news that we need to get to make an informed decision, to even use that critical thinking skills that we're born with, you don't get the opportunity because we're not being told the real news. So, that right there tells you that there's a duty in the woodpile that something's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, it's not tinfoil hat. There was a congressional hearing on it back in the 80s, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, and two, I mean, like the whole, what we were talking about earlier about black budget programs. I mean, we joke about it, but it's a way of laundering money for other things. And this has been proven even since like Iran Contra, where you have money coming in, Barack Obama dropped off, what was it? Like just a pallet load of cash in Iran in the middle of the night. Like who authorized that? I mean, or back to like the Afghanistan war, they said that they would have like money footballs of like just like C-130s of just cash going out to all these Saudi princes, to different groups, string groups out in Afghanistan, and they would just literally give them what they call footballs of cash, and that's what the soldiers called them, footballs of cash. Where did this cash come from? I mean, so obviously this exists. So to say that, that you couldn't like divert some of that money towards, a heavy lifter project for, anti-gravity research or a rail gun or, what have you, 0-point technology, to say that doesn't exist. Well, I mean, that's just a little quick answer because it's like Adrian and I were talking about earlier, you can't prove that stuff, but that kind of research is going on. And, I remember Rob said earlier about the lizards on a treadmill. There is that kind of waste that goes on, but a lot of it.
There's something about cocaine too. They gave to some kind of beetle to see if they have to have sex.
But again, like you literally have proof of soldiers, of soldiers being given syphilis. You have, members of the community being given syphilis. You have proof of MK Ultra where they use drugs for mind control. I mean, that's actually proven. So why not go all the way if you're going to go in full in on conspiracy theory? Because the sky's the limit at that point. I mean, so, and the thing is that you see these contractors. One of the things that Philip talked about was these contractors get these, billion-dollar contracts, but no one knows what they're building. So obviously there's a design and a form for it. And I love that. I know a lot of people out there are probably familiar with Stanton Friedman, but he's, God bless him, he's passed on now. But one of the things that I learned from him was he talked about compartmentalization. They were like, how in the world would somebody keep something like a UFO secret? And he literally kind of described the same thing that Bob Lazar, hate him or love him, he described the exact same thing that happened to Bob Lazar. They arrive in a windowless aircraft where all the windows are blanked out. They are shuttled underground. They split off. They aren't allowed to talk to each other. They're only allowed to work on one part of the craft. They are not allowed to discuss this with anybody. And then they're shuttled back out at the end of the night. So they only work on the parts. A radiologist would only work on something involving radiation. A communication specialist would only work on something involving radio. So like literally you could be on a nuclear sub working on radiation shielding for a nuclear sub. It's the same thing. You're just basically trying to solve a scientific problem, but you're completely isolated. So you will not know. It's like the parable, the Indian parable of an elephant. Like one person's got the trunk, the other's got the foot, the other has the ear, and they're all trying to describe what it is, but you can't put the whole together because you're not allowed to talk. The internet has kind of changed that though. Now that you've got these people who are out, and they're able to hook up, they're able, things are becoming a little bit, I wouldn't say freer, but they're obviously people are becoming a little bit bolder now. So a lot of this stuff is coming out. So, I would just say, listen with an inquisitive mind, but a critical mind. And some of it probably is crap, but there could be some things that are very critical, that are true, that are actual real programs and real development. Now, whether that's extraterrestrial, we don't know, but it doesn't hurt to listen to it at least, because obviously with the naval video, things have changed. I mean, it could be one of our craft. It could be something from another planet. It could be an interdimensional thing. We don't know, but it's at the very least, it's out there. So, you need to pay attention to it.
Yeah, well, I was dismissive of the Tic Tac UFO thing because the timing of it was kind of almost seemed to want to eclipse other items in the news. You know.
Yeah, well, and the thing is too that you notice that when the report or the congressional report was due, they're missing like I think 6 pages of it. And what they turned over was basically literally nothing, which is I knew everybody was like so excited, like this is going to be the greatest day. We're going to find out about our place in the universe, that kind of crap. And it was a nothing burger, just like we thought. It was literally like going back to Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book, where they just said, we don't know what's going on, but we'll keep an eye out. And that's it. And that's as far as it went. So you've got like, a couple of congressmen, you've got a couple of people in the private sector who are digging into it, trying to find out more information. You've got these ex-pilots who are talking all over the talk shows. They're trying to find out their truth from their end, but they're actually suing the government because they're being humiliated and stonewalled, and they're being made fun of. They're being used as, which is exactly what the government has always done in these cases. Do you really think that if we had interstellar aircraft in our ranks and we were able to travel to other planets, to other galaxies, or I'm not saying that we do, I'm just saying hypothetically, if we did, do you think they're just going to say that on the the 10 o'clock news, the 5 o'clock news? They're not just going to put that out there. They're going to keep that secret until they die. And especially if we've got other nations that want that information, that technology. If tomorrow you didn't have to pay electrical bill, you didn't have to use gas, if you could live on 0 point energy from the universe, not saying that exists, but if let's hypothetically say that it did, and some guy in his garage stumbled onto it, you have a Emmett Brown in Pohunk, USA, who actually stumbled upon the same scientific information and was able to replicate this, and suddenly he said, hey guys, you're not going to have to pay a light bill anymore, you can go free. Then all these cities, all these towns, all these corporations are going to go out of business overnight. If Dr. Emmett Brown comes up with, time traveling technology, or, in a DeLorean, or a 0 point energy cube that you can have in your house that you derive all your power from. So that we're talking in the billions of dollars. I mean, if you just look at the oil industry right now, if that was to just disappear overnight, just think of how many jobs will be. I mean, even with the closure of the pipeline, how many jobs we've lost.
I was going to say, Biden's getting a good head start on that. Yeah.
John apparently lives in Podunk. Sorry, John, but say hey to Doc Brown for me, and also to Einstein. So, and tell Marty I need my skateboard back, even though I don't know how to skateboard. But all I'm trying to say is that if that were to happen overnight and somebody stumbled onto that, then obviously there probably would be people evil enough to murder someone to keep that from getting out. But
Tesla, didn't they think they may be murdered because the Tesla, all his everything that he designed, all his writings were destroyed, and he had the Tesla tower that was going to give free energy to everybody. That's your answer.
Yeah, and see it again. That's something like they
couldn't figure that out again.
Yeah, I mean there was like a I think I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. I think it was The Illusionist, but there was it was really cool because David Bowie, I think, played.
Yeah, but it was the other one. There was The Illusionist, which is the one.
The Prestige. That's what it was. The Prestige. Thankfully, my girlfriend has a better brain than I do. But the Prestige, that was actually a real thing that occurred because Tesla is a party trick. The Van de Graaff machine. He actually had a different type of machine that was similar to a Van de Graaff machine, but it was a radio tower that he had built, and it was his way of doing wireless energy. So when you think about the fact that in Hedy Lamarr came up with a lot of the technology that we have for wireless technology now. I mean, she never gets credit for that. Hedy Lamarr. I think, yeah. This beautiful actress, wonderful actress, but she was a genius. Lovely. She came up with so many different things, and the military's like, we don't care. And it wasn't until later that they realized the implications of her genius, But one of the things that Tesla would do is he would demonstrate this wireless energy, this transfer of energy. That energy surrounds us. It's like the force. It's everywhere, And they, and by the, like you said, by the time he died, he's penniless, talking to pigeons, hadn't bathed in like 3 months in a hotel that they were getting ready to kick him out of, and they totally took all of his papers, his writings, his technology, all of it, and shut his lab down. I don't know what Rob's showing us.
Never dated women. He wasn't gay, but he never dated. He didn't want to have anything to do with that sex or something like that. There's some people that are like that. He had a
lady that was interested in him, and he had zero interest. And what's even more interesting with him was that
the same way.
Yeah, he said that that he got communications from extraterrestrials, like literally in his writings. It says that I got communications from interdimensional beings, and they told me how to build this, and that I was able to see how
builds it, and it works. I don't care where you got it from.
And if you look at Ford, one of the interesting things is, like, people don't realize this, but there was a French inventor who had literally, I can't remember who they gave the credit to. I'm sorry, but I'm blanking. But the yeah, Amy, you're right. People are evil enough to murder over a parking space. But
how did you know?
Ford actually, you know, with all of his Edison. I'm thinking about Edison. With all his inventions.
Edison was crazy. Like, he electrocuted that.
Oh yeah, I mean, like the AC/DC argument. But what I found was really interesting is that this film student may have solved a murder mystery of one of a Frenchman actually came up with motion pictures ages before,
Matra or
and what happened is, though, Ford had somebody that was working there was a guy from England who worked in the rail system in France and in England, and he went over to France at the exact same time that this guy was murdered, and all of his papers, all of his work, all of his examples disappeared. The only thing that survived was the film, but they won't give him credit for it because they couldn't match it to his patent or his paperwork. And somehow the patent office just lost all of his information.
Convenient.
Flash forward, this guy moves to the United States and starts working for Edison. And so it's like, and then he becomes like a leader in the industry. And I just thought that was so interesting that this film student who was going through all these records said, he said that Edison wrote in his notes that I don't have the stomach for murder. I'm so glad that Michael took care of it, or whoever this guy's name was. Please don't paraphrase me. But he said, I'm so glad that he took care of it for me. Now it's done. I just want to work on my inventions. And the way he treated his kids, he was nasty to his kids. He was nasty to his coworkers, and he was cutthroat. Yep. And Ian, you're totally right. He took so many people's inventions for his own. But if you think about somebody like that, in the modern era, who has billions at stake, has their whole entire livelihood in their industry at stake, it's not a far jump to see them eliminating somebody to keep their
legacy.
To keep their legacy and their hold on everything.
What you were saying before about the need to keep alien technology secret to avoid it from our own global enemies developing it on their own. It actually reminds me of the movie 2001, which is it's a Cold War movie, and people don't realize it because it doesn't really wear its sort of Cold War mentality on its sleeve, but it's always sort of under the surface. When what's his face?
David Bowman.
Yeah. Well, when he gets to the Jupiter, and then Hal dies and the video comes on, and then they explain that they had to keep it secret. He had to be at Jupiter until they could relay the information about the alien technology. So they didn't want that getting into the hands of the Russians. It's implied.
Yeah, Felina started her OnlyFans channel. On Breakaway and stuff.
Astropop.
I mean, what? No one is listening to a word you and I are saying, Rob. No one, because she's sucking on a lollipop or whatever.
It's going to melt. Ooh, look at me.
Oh my goodness, a drift all over me. I better take this top off and put it in the wash. But there's I think it could be 2010. Y'all, please don't quote me on this again. But I think it's where he says all of these worlds are yours except Europa, because the alien intelligences claim that planet for their own because they're going to treat it like another Earth. In other words, in a way, mankind kind of failed, and they're going to start over on Europa because they don't want humans, intervening on that planet. So they said all these worlds are yours except Europa. And I thought that was like very interesting that Arthur C. Clarke took that stance that yes, you have. Thank you, John. He confirmed that it was 2010, but he was basically saying that we sort of passed the test, but not quite because we still didn't have it together enough to. So they were going to start over with a whole new
achievement.
Yeah, right. You have won the race, but you came in dead last, so you get a participation medal. Just don't touch this planet. So I think that one of the things that they always talk about, like Phil Schneider talked about it, Bob Lazar talked about it, is that they are going to try to keep this information secret, but for that very particular reason, because it's of tactical importance, and let's say you have a craft that can go at hypersonic speeds, and you're say in the 1900s, early 20th century, and during World War I, can you imagine how much power you would have had, the kind of dominance you would have had if you're able to use something to see all the subs, of which they have that now anyway, but let's say hypothetically we go back to like the early part of the Cold War and you were able to see every sub and every location under the water clearly, so that even intercontinental ballistic subs weren't be able to hide from your detection. Imagine that. Well, now it's probably one of the things he was talking about was the military industrial complex, which is, echoes back again to Eisenhower, but he was talking about how the surveillance technology is so powerful now that Phil said that you could see a dime within your house, through your house, that they actually had thermographic and different types of filters to where they could see from orbit everything that goes on. Publicly, they're saying we don't have this technology yet. He says, but they do. He said, and in fact, it's like 100 years advanced beyond what we currently know in the public eyes. He said, even extrapolating from the things that are like the F-117A and the B-2, and even now like the Horizon fighters and the the F-20, YF-22 and the things like that, extrapolate beyond that, and that's even further beyond that. So what that means is we probably have extrasolar capability. We probably, maybe we have teleporting technology. Who knows? Time traveling. We don't know. It's all conjecture. It's all the lore. But
Did John Teeter,
we know for a fact that
we'd have a civil war. He predicted.
Yeah. I think it was John Teeter. Yeah, John Teeter was somebody that just showed up in the chat. Ironically, I think again we mentioned Coast to Coast earlier. I think he showed up in the chat boards back in the early '90s on Coast to Coast. They think the only thing that gave credence to his story was it was about a piece of technology it was an outdated piece of, I think it was IBM technology. That he said that they needed to restart water. He said that the water processing facilities, the nuclear war had knocked out their water processing facilities, and they needed these old terminals to get them restarted. And that was something that only programmers knew about. But that's one of the people say that's one of the things that gave credence to his story. But it was known at that time through, the programming community, that those kind of things existed, and that a lot of the code that was written basically for all these municipal infrastructure, like water pumps and desalination farms and things like that, were run by these little terminals when they had initially been set up in the 60s and 70s. But that was something that only coders knew. The other thing they say that gives it credence was there was a kid named John Teeter who lived in Florida, which is apparently where John said he was from. He said that he was in
child.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically like if you take the plot of the Terminator, but you put it into a Ford it was literally Back to the Future meets the Terminator. He said that he was in a shotgun. I can't remember what it was. It was a Florida shotgun army, which basically existed. He said because a lot of the weapons, the Civil War had wiped it out. But I think the Civil War was supposed to take place around 2000, 2001. And he said that there was a 26% divergence on the timeline. When these units were activated, they would get in a car, activate the units, and the time would bend around them, and then they could use the car for transport. And so he posted pictures online of, I think he had a cigar that was in front of a laser that was bending. And he said this was the the curvature unit. It was a miniaturized black hole that had been developed at CERN. All of the times that he gave didn't match up. And I think this guy stopped posting right before 9/11. But he said that there was going to be a huge civil war in the early 2000s that would wipe out most of the seaboard, most of middle America. And he said that it started between the Soviet Union and the United States. And anyway, but John Titor just disappeared. He just went away. But a lot of people had theories about who he was, that he was a Microsoft programmer, that he was, somebody from the chat boards. So no one really knows what the story is, but a lot of his predictions never came true. But at the same time, though, we start to see we are kind of at a civil war level. It's a quiet one right now, but so who knows? Maybe he was telling the truth. Maybe this is a divergent timeline. We don't know. So again, it's nothing nobody can prove, which is the beauty of it. It's a lot like Dr. Seibert said in Terminator. The best part about it is it doesn't require any proof. So what are you going to do? You can't. What are we going to do? So I guess if we have a nuclear war, we survive it, and we find a guy named John Titor in a shotgun division, then we'll know, hey, we'll go up to him and go, dude, yeah, thanks, man, for giving us that heads up. 20 years off, but thanks. So yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
here's some comic relief for all of us right now. These popsicles that I'm eating have a joke on every stick. Okay, what is a duck's favorite snack?
A quacker.
Ah,
You know what it is, though? It's that Rob has heard me tell too many dad jokes. My girlfriend has tried to break up with me over dad jokes, and she puts up with the worst stuff ever. But dad jokes drive her. You can hear her giggling now. She's not laughing out of humor. She's laughing out of like, I will break up with you if you tell more dad jokes. So if y'all see me on here one time and I tell you I'm single, then y'all know I've told too many dad jokes. So. I reached the dad joke limit. So
I never would have got that. I never would have got that.
Because we're on a different level.
If somebody said that to me, what's
Rob
the
and I, man, it's like
I don't know.
hyperlink, man. We are a team.
I don't know.
Well, no, I'm not gonna say well, because we're messed up.
I like the pops.
Who writes to these children?
Rob and me.
They're so lame. I remember a popsicle joke. It was what's the difference between an actor and a bakery? I was like, everything. there's no commonality there at all. It's actually one has rolls, the other has rolls. ROLLS and ROLE. Well, that's actually a similarity. You've chosen the rare moment of overlap between those two things. It's not a difference.
Wow. Yeah. So we're, again, people thought we're tuning in to find the mysteries of the universe, and we're talking about like jokes on popsicles and dad humor and boobs.
This is great. It's very
the critical things in life that matter.
Well, John Harrison, if you leave us, we love you. We all love you. And
have a great night.
Bid you adieu. Even though that was.
We all love you, John Harrison.
He's asking, did we actually?
And Ian Randall's from Australia.
Wow. Hey.
Australian Randall. We have Canadian Adrian and Australian Randall.
That's right. Mm-hmm. And things aren't going well in Australia because I watch Australian news. Things are not okay. Daisy Cousins says things are not okay in Australia.
I heard that paternity tests are illegal in Australia.
What?
I heard that paternity tests are illegal in Australia, but I could have that wrong. That the paternity issue has bothered the feminists so much that they have made it illegal, but I don't know how true that is.
The feminists don't want the fathers to know.
That's right.
Yeah.
What if the aliens gave a baby, inseminated them and gave them a baby? Would people be able to take the aliens to court for paternity in Australia?
I don't know if that's part of the treaty.
My girlfriend just said the Maury show. I guess they could go on the Maury show. Is Glorbalock the father? Let's find out.
Geraldo.
What does the kid look like? Is he drooling?
That would be the best show
Green
ever. If you look at it,
one?
there's like an alien gray, and then some lady like he never sends me money. He says he's always out of town. He's always at Jupiter, hanging out with his friends. He never comes by visit the baby. He never drops off diapers for the baby. The baby levitated when he wasn't home. Yeah, so
and then they say
levitated mind meld when he wasn't home. Yeah, so
you are not the father. Instead of doing a dance, like stuff starts flying around the studio. You know.
That would be epic. I would totally watch that.
Here's one you'll never get. There's no way you're gonna get this one.
Don't underestimate us.
This is like so bad.
Okay.
When is the best time to go to the dentist?
Tooth Day.
What?
Tooth Day.
Like Tuesday, but it's Tuesday.
Tooth Day.
When is the best time? Not day. When is the best time to go to the dentist? Tooth
Right away.
hurty.
Oh.
Right.
Very close, Rob.
I'll bring up that.
I have foiled you all.
We went from 0 point energy to boobs, and now to tooth 30.
I was going
In a
to say,
span of under 30 minutes. That's amazing.
To me.
Oh, tooth hardy. I'm sorry.
like the aliens want to conquer us. All they need to do is like just get everyone at NORAD and just give them like pictures of boobs and have their IQs drop by half.
And
Well, that's why we have free porn, Rob.
Yep.
Boobs and
That's why we have
all they need to do.
popsicle stick.
It keeps us passive.
Yes.
Stupid.
Women have that power. So
It's been measured. It's a scientific fact. It's a scientific fact, man.
yeah.
Measure.
You
We
tested
do
it
voice on
several
IQ
times, have you, Rob?
I remember once when I was working in construction, like this girl that joined our construction group, she would wear these low cut like work shirts, and she would come in and get people to sign off on stuff. And then these guys had been walking on beams. They had been like tossing stuff to each other. It was like the most amazing athletic feat you'd ever seen. But the day she showed up dropping stuff, wrecking, driving into piles of wood, it was the most amazing thing. Driving into piles of wood, it was amazing to watch just the IQs in that place just drop, and the abilities are just it was awesome.
Wait, did she have them like signing waivers so that would not hold the construction company legally liable?
Yeah, and identify them from any kind of No, it was just hilarious though, because these guys who were like normally really well-grounded individuals, and they just acted like 10-year-olds when she was around. It was amazing. So I'm sorry, somebody's doing the 230. It was just funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
We're talking about grays, and I just realized something. When I was walking home today from UPS, UPS, they charge you $3.50 now if you have something printed out for copy because the owner doesn't want to do it anymore. It's like totally rigid. I used to pay $1, and that was way too much. $3.50. Well, anyway, he's a jerk. So I was walking home with my wagon, and I go by. I live in a very politically correct town, and this is how politically correct they got. I'm walking by this women's clothes shop. First of all, they're showing sweatpants and sweatshirts, and this is the most expensive clothes store in town. And they look like the seams are on the outside, and like the bottoms are cut off. It's like I had no idea. Well, anyway, the dummies, how they used to have they used to call them dummies or mannequins. That they put the clothes on.
Yeah.
They didn't want to use white because that's bad, or flesh-colored white. That's bad because, there's all sorts of colors in the world. So you know what color they used?
Bright yellow.
Because they wanted to be like inclusive of all people. Gray. Where are there gray humans? Gee, that would look great on me, especially with my gray skin tone. I mean, it's like, how are you going to imagine that on yourself? Anybody?
Well, I imagine like that there's probably guys out there who, even if you had like almond shaped like eyes and the big head, as long as you show boobies, they don't care. They'll be like, "Oh, this is great." They don't care.
That was the movie Mars Attacks. Remember, you had like the woman who was like going around, and Martin Short followed her.
That was funny.
Yeah. So now we're just going to talk about movies.
They could just hang them from strings from the ceiling. You know what I mean? Invisible strings. So they just, instead of doing that.
The strings would seem.
I guess I guess maybe they're waiting for the Greys to come down and to sell them clothes. Bad clothes. Really, really unattractive.
Really interested about them is that it makes me laugh when you say that, but it's kind of funny because what they say about the EBEs or the extraterrestrial biological entities is that they're basically clones. They're robotics. They're not, they're not living entities. They're just something that's controlled externally. And that General Corso had in his book, he was talking about how they had cookie cutter, he called it cookie cutter alimentary tracts, that they didn't have a digestive system, that they basically were like biological robots. And what they did, which again, this is how many star general, I don't know, but he basically said, he's going on the record to say this now, that they would soak in a vat of fluid and absorb the nutrients through their skin as to keep the biological processes going.
Good.
Which by the way, ties into what Philip was saying about Hall 7, about them doing that. So that's what I'm saying. That's that weird overlap that you see of these things that consistently keep being said. So if one person's trying to sell a book, why would they tell the same lie? Wouldn't they tell something that was, so there's a consistency to these stories that part is a little terrifying, because it tells you that there's a little bit of kernel of truth somewhere in there about it. So, and I have my theories on what they are, but that's just me. But
if you watched the discussion last week, a person can make a pretty reasonable inference about what you think. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I 100% believe they're demons. I think I think that they, and I know that a lot of people out there aren't religious, but I totally believe that they're, the A-types, they've been with us since the very beginning, that they're not extraterrestrials, that they've been here all along. I mean, that sure, maybe they've spread to other planets. Maybe we do have the ability now to go to other planets. I just think they're more advanced than us because, that technological curve of existing prior to our existence is, they've always been here. They're parasites, basically. So
well, something you said reminded me again of what you were talking about last week when you said they like feed off negative energy. They feed off feelings of vulnerability or something, where they can target people. That sounded exactly like what you were talking about last week.
Yeah, what's like really disturbing when you read stories about people being abducted is that, some people think that there are space brothers and sisters and that these beings are here to enlighten us and move us to the next level, the Whitley Strieber stories and things like that. Then you get the other foot that drops, like Travis, I mean, I could go on Travis Walsh, and there's a couple of other people, but they talk about how these things, just the minute they look at you and lock eyes with you, that they have control over you and that they are able to influence you. And not only that, but there's a deep hatred. And when you hear stories about people who, again, the lore, can't prove it, no one can prove it, it's just these stories, but people who say that they've been reunited with the children that have been spawned from their sperm or their ovum when they've been taken into these crafts, that when they're shown these children, that the entities act very angry and very like, this child is not yours, you don't own this child, it's not yours, and they get very protective over the children, and they're very violent and angry. They're not like enlightening. They're so you kind of wonder, like, what is the purpose of that if it's truthful.
Our heads seem overly large now. It's 3 giant heads.
The whole thing went blank. Yeah, in fact, it was it wasn't just that you guys disappeared. The studio went off. It said, and I had to re-enter the studio.
We are over the target.
Whatever you're talking about, the ovums and the sperms, this is not child friendly.
No.
Those ovums and sperms make children.
Well, we probably said like how many different words that we said in this hour that probably would have gotten us. We said boobs, we said sperm, we said yeah. So they're either this is a fertility clinic that's going on awfully long, or
boobs is nothing.
But no, I just think that it's what's interesting is and again it's the same thing of those people that tell those stories, like they're really traumatized. So even if it's mental illness, then why do you have so many people across the world, multiple levels of society?
Well, they say it's sexual, it's incest or something. Like if you've been sexually you're a child or whatever, at night somebody comes and does something to you, and you remember it as an alien because you can't. There's a part of the
process
brain
it as your relative
who actually did it.
Yeah.
And so you say that it's an alien did it.
I don't know if any of y'all have heard of a couple of years back, and I'm trying to remember. I think this was also, again, I could be wrong, but I think it was early 90s. There was a school in South Africa. At that time, it was on the outskirts of development. It was literally in the brushlands. And it was a very select school. And at that particular time, because the tail end of apartheid was sort of falling apart, but it's still, not to get weird here, but just it was generally a very forward-thinking school because all the races were in one school. All the families were very close and very tight. But what happened is one day they had a recess, and the kids were out on the playground, and there was one adult who was, I think, at they had like a little shack on the side of the school that sold confections and snacks and things like that. The kids were out actually playing in the yard, but it was still a scrub land, so they had this giant perimeter fence. Well, anyway, I'll have to find out the name of the town, but the school. But this is pretty much really well documented story. But the kids all were playing in the scrublands, and they all came back to the nurse screaming, and they were crying and very upset, but they said that they had actually seen aliens land. The aliens showed them images of the world without air, and the world dying, and it traumatized them so badly. And when you watch this video, I know for me, when I was a kid, I think I said on the last broadcast that when I was a kid, there used to be a commercial, and I think I've shown Rob this thing, but there used to be a commercial for The Shining that had the Wendy Carlos score that just had this god awful, and don't get me wrong, Wendy Carlos is an amazing composer, but this keening that just sounded like the gates of hell were open, and my brother and I would just be terrified and run out of the room. But I talked to a lot of people online. They said the same thing happened to them. So kids are prone to those kind of hysterics, and Johnny kicked me, that kind of thing. But what really struck me about this case is that these kids, all of them, to a kid, was just traumatized, like really traumatized, not the kind of the past we had a moment, but they were deeply traumatized by the images and by the fact that they said that the way that the creatures communicated to them was telepathically, and they didn't know how to process it. And they were talking about how ugly the creatures were, how much it scared them, how angry the creatures were with them, so much so that even years later, some of them won't talk about it. They're being made fun of in the community, but they won't go back on their stories. And I cannot think of the man who he was a really well-known psychologist, Robert or something. I can't think of his name right now, but I should have done more research. But he was a really well-known psychologist. He went and interviewed these kids, and people accused him of leading the questions and telling these kids, you must have seen this, this alien, and they accused him of making it up. Well, the ironic part is that, again, here we come to this junction again. He was hit by an unknown car. It struck in the middle of traffic in London. The car ran over him and drove off. So it was just a weird thing whereby he had been investigating this case, and he was apparently murdered by a hit and run driver, and no one knows who did it. But these kids never went back on their story, and they were deeply traumatized by this event. And I'll have to send that link to everybody so you can watch those videos. But when you see the interview with these kids, they were extremely traumatized. It's kind of like the guy I spoke with about Bigfoot. This guy had been hunting for years. I mean, he loved to hunt. That was like his favorite thing, to go out, pig hunting and deer hunting. And he and his brother used to do that. And like, it put a serious rift between him and his brother, because he wouldn't go back out in the woods because he was terrified. He's scared to death to go back out in the woods. And people, like I said, at that time, they would say to him, "Hey, say hey to Bigfoot for me." And they were really cruel to him. And he just happened to open up to me. And I don't know the guy. We didn't carry on our friendship. We just talked that one time. But he was so terrified of going back in the woods again, of seeing it. He said that because the face was so human to him, it upset him and disturbed him, because it changed the way he viewed the world. And so you have these people who have gone through these very traumatic experiences, and they've had these things happen to them, and they realize that the universe isn't quite what you thought it was. And so for people to put, like, what Adrian and I were talking about earlier, about putting their pensions on the line, putting their jobs on the line, putting their credentials on the line. Like, if you think about like George Knapp, you could say, yes, he's an opportunist and he's trying to make money off of these people who believe in UFOs. But for years, he was getting threatened to be canceled by the station. I mean, now he's winning awards and all this other stuff, and he's all these accolades for his work on UFOs and Area 51. But when he first started out, he was being threatened to be fired. And you've got all these naval pilots and Air Force pilots and security personnel and MPs who are being threatened losing their pensions, their military pensions, if they talk. So that kind of leads credence that something's happening, and then it's grounded in reality. So what it is, we don't know. It could be secret projects, human based, or, we're dealing with something that's, outside of our world.
Amy Joy says, "You know what I like about David? He doesn't fearmonger or get defensive claiming it's the truth. He says, this is what is said, or what the paperwork released, etc." I assume she's referring to you.
Thank you. Well,
and by the way, we have to give the gold star. Amy Joyce did get 230. So
she works. She's a dentist assistant, so she got it.
Megan said she's a dentist assistant, so that's awesome.
She probably hears it 30 times a day. Yes.
Yeah. For me, it's like Feline and I were talking about last week. It was really. She said, "No, it's not me." So it's not me. It's just one of the things that was upsetting was trying to like I said, I was telling her about how I went back into weight class, and I'm sorry, my girlfriend's talking to me, so I'm like schizophrenic here, listening voices in my head. The event that happened with the shadow person, it was weird going back to school, and all these guys are talking about girls and weightlifting and cars and stuff. And it just like it was hard to try to like fit back into that, because I'm sitting here thinking like I saw something that I don't have a way of explaining, and you feel like you're going crazy. And then years later, when I would have other experiences of things, or helping other people with their issues and seeing things that they were experiencing, I finally just got to the point where I would say, I'm going to take everything, prima facie on its face, and just not judge, and just try to see if I can get at the truth on some of these things. And some of them I do, and some of them I don't. But, it's stupid to think that this universe is so simple that there's not more complexity or more variety of life and things that we probably aren't privy to, so keep an open mind, I guess.
Well, even in a biblical sense, it says, my father's house has many rooms. I think there's probably many dimensions, many kinds of creatures.
Yeah, if you think about like what scientists at CERN are finding in other labs, about the multiverses and the different dimensional possibilities that there are, it makes you think about like the fact that there could be other versions of you out there, other people who've lived a different life. Maybe you got the girl that you always wanted instead of her being the one that got away. Maybe you got that job and became super successful instead of being, barely making ends meet, what have you. Maybe you were the next Hitler on another planet, who knows, but it opens up the possibility that there's doorways occasionally that open, when you die, like, I know Rob knows, I'll never probably talk about stuff like that, but it's, I can say for certain, I'm 100% sure that there's an afterlife. Where I'm going to go when I die, I don't know. I hope that it's in the Lord's graces, but I just know
keep
that.
Talking about this alien stuff.
Yeah, I know.
We'll be soon.
Vorna is one of the things that I love about Soviet, when the Soviet Union initially, I was just reading what Robert Fried said. I know that what I thought was really interesting is when the Soviet Union was having issues, when people say it fell, I don't think it ever fell, but when there was the curtain sort of fell, and a lot of their classified information became open sale. A lot of the former Soviet agents were, they were selling stuff wholesale for a lot of the Soviet records to the highest bidder. So a lot of ufologists were trying to ask what, like certain things, like the I'm starting to blank in here, but there was a number of different cases of cigar-shaped craft in the Soviet Union that literally this was in the actual Soviet records. They said that they were crewed by reptilians, they were crewed by lizards. They had fighters that literally there was a MiG-29 that intercepted a cylinder-shaped aircraft and over I think it was like Vornya, and the craft got illuminated by a beam, and then this pilot literally, like, it was a lot like the recollections of Chernobyl. His skin just sloughed off. The man just literally liquefied when he got back down. And this was actually in the the UFO reports, where they would have situations where they would have USOs where the Soviet Navy was having the same problems that the American Navy was, where these craft would just plunge into the water and go at like Mach 3 underwater, totally ignoring hydrodynamics and cavitation and all that. They just were supremely blindingly fast, and they would shoot out of the ocean and go straight up into space. And they had radar records of this. And so what to say that it's faked and that it's made up, I don't think a military is going to classify something that, or have people put their careers on the line for something that's fake, Thank you, Robert. Yeah, because it was really a crazy read, because you're reading this stuff, that had been translated from Cyrillic, where they're just describing this man, in his MiG-29 rolling in to meet this cigar-shaped craft, and then he gets too close to it, and it just fires a beam into his MiG-29. So he lands and immediately starts vomiting, having headaches. He goes blind. They take him to the medical ward, and the man's skin just starts falling. He died. I mean, so this is somebody who's, there was Mantell, I think is Ord or something like that, which sounds like the thing from Star Wars, but I think they nicknamed him after that. But it's a fighter pilot named Mantell, who in the late 40s, I think, he was, we watched this, I think, on, we watched the show, the Blue Book show, I think. Project Blue Book. Yeah, thank you, honey. Where they did sort of a dramatization of this, but it wasn't really the facts. This pilot in the 40s was in a P-51 Mustang, and he saw a light, and I think it was like in Georgia. I can't, again, y'all don't hold me to that, but he climbed to altitude and kept climbing to try to follow this object that was like a big red object, glowing object in the sky, and he kept climbing higher and higher. They think he passed out from hypoxia, and that he, just his craft plummeted to the ground. But before the transmission ended, he said that he had been hit by a beam. So he was one of the very first people that we know that probably died from interaction with an unidentified flying object, or whatever they're calling it now. But what's even more interesting is with the UFO flaps that they had in the 50s, we're talking about, there's actual film of this where the whole entirety of Washington, D.C., you see nothing but wave after wave after wave after wave of UFOs. And that's something that I can't fake that. No one else can fake that. This is a real event that actually occurred. And then you have
over the White House.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, and the ironic part about this is, I hate to keep tying this back into what Philip said, but he said that this was in direct result to when the two different groups of entities offered a treaty to us, like the kind ones, or as he put it, when we rejected their treaty, the Ebens or the Grays were the ones that did the flyovers, because they were trying to show a show of strength to say, at any point we can shut down your nuclear facilities, we can shut down your nuclear carriers, we can shut down your ICBMs. It was a power show, and that they were doing that because if they didn't agree to this contract, then they would, I guess, technically go public. And that flyover caused just a wave of hysteria. And that's one of the reasons why they launched all of these investigation programs for all these people seeing UFOs. And of course, a lot of that too was the movies at the time, This Island Earth, all the different movies, the saucer scare movies from the 50s and 60s, that were out there, The Day the Earth Stood Still, that kind of thing, that kept feeding this. But it all goes back to like Arnold in 1947, or when he saw the saucer, what he said looked like a skipping saucer over the Washington mountains or whatever. The thing is, though, is all I'm trying to say, to sum it up, I don't mean to keep rambling, but is that now you have hard reports and hard evidence of Robert, we talked about that a little bit earlier, the treaty. That was it was called the Greada Treaty of 1954. And that's what Philip said, that it would have been signed between. He says there's a documentary on Tubi about Phil and all his info. It's called Underground. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, what I was going to say though is that he mentioned that treaty, and he's the first person to ever say that. And that treaty explains a lot about what's happening since that time period. If it was signed in 1954, that would explain quite a bit of events since that time period. Betty and Barney Hill, all the different abductions that have occurred in that time period. If they're not keeping to whatever treaty it is that Eisenhower signed with them, then they're free reign. And if what Philip is saying is actual truth, then they've been here all along, and they've been under our feet all along. So, you could get hysterical about it, or you could, poo-poo it away and say it doesn't exist. But the bottom line is that a man got murdered for something. We don't know what. We don't know what he really knew or what he was really talking about. But it begs the question of what was it he was killed for? Was it, if it was money, he would have, all the money in his room would have been stolen. If it was, as you said earlier, Felina, if they were trying to keep his daughter away from his inheritance, that they succeeded by suicide. But why would a rational man who has everything to live for suddenly kill himself? It just doesn't make sense. Even his wife said that he had free access to the drugs that he was taking for his pain. He required business for a lot of days.
Yeah, and that would have been easier. Yeah, it would have been
a lot more comfortable.
Right. And the other thing too is that we have the factor of this lady and these people who were in his life in a supposed program that he was under for drug treatment, that they had never heard of the man.
They said
and
all drugs that helped him
listen to my girlfriend. Yeah, I mean
the drugs made it worse.
It's the thing that too is that why try to destroy a man who's literally probably making only a couple $100 every convention, and
he's going to die soon anyway.
Right.
They didn't want him to, there was one more thing they didn't want him to say that he was about to say.
Yeah, and the only thing that was taken out of his room was the paperwork for his book, the paperwork for his upcoming last few events that he was going to be doing before he died. And the man knew he was going to die. And so it begs the question of why was he killed if he was totally fabricating the story? Why didn't they just say, let the kook talk? But obviously something hit, as Felina said, he was over the target. So something, motivated them to murder this man.
Yeah.
Makes me once you wonder. First, I was saying, which political party have the Greys taken over? But it's probably all of them.
Well, one of the things that was really,
that's why they don't want anybody from the outside to come in, because they've already made a pact with the Greys. That's why they're destroying everything.
Well, one of the things is that his father Otto had a picture of. It was Valiant Thor, I think is the name of the alien. Is a 6-foot Nordic alien. There's photos.
Thor? Yeah, Valiant Thor. I thought they were nice, though. I thought they lived in Mount Shasta.
Yeah, that's what David Icke says.
That's an active volcano, by the way. They said there's an interior sun, and they're all living in there with a sun inside there. It's still an active volcano. How could they be living in Mount Shasta? Don't even get me
started with Credo Matwa, and I could go for days about that story. But what I find disturbing, though, is that the guy from we talked about earlier about the NATO officer that worked with SHAPE, the Supreme Headquarters for Allied Presence in Europe. When he saw the book, they called it the Big Book or the Big Blue Book. I forgot what they called it, but he said that what disturbed him is that of the 12 races that they saw, or species, that a good majority of them, other than the reptilians, the variations on the Greys and the mantids, the two of the races looked exactly like us, not sort of like us, not kind of like us, exactly like us. He said that what he found out was when he was in the headquarters that there were several aliens that had been working among them this whole time and they didn't even know it. And he said there was no way to know that they were. He said that they had a conversation one day, and not telepathically, they told him this. And he said at first he thought that they were trying to mess with his head or mess with him. But he said that one of the beings told him one told him verbally and the other told him telepathically, we have millions of us among you. We've been living among you for ages. And he said that terrified him. He said it scared him so bad that that was what made him come forward, was not the Greys, not the fact that he had been told that 10 out of the 12 species were extremely hostile. That's not what brought him forward. What brought him forward was that they looked exactly like us. And that's what scared him. He said that you could be working with, talking to, married to somebody who's not from this planet. And again, that's can't be proven, but when somebody that worked with NATO, or somebody that worked with SHAPE, which was only recently declassified, I think in the early 2000s or something like that. Not SHAPE, but the program this guy worked for. SHAPE was not classified, but the program he worked for, it's a proven program. And this guy in Omni is telling people, at the risk of losing and also too getting, put in federal penitentiary for violating his secrecy acts. Why would you do that? I mean, why would you put yourself at that kind of risk? Why would the guy from RAF Bentwaters, who's on a very limited military percentage-based pension, tell this stuff because he could be labeled mentally incompetent, and then suddenly he's not able to get benefits? So why would they tell these stories unless there was some truth to them? I mean, these people are putting everything in.
Who was this again? Who said this?
I'm saying the gentleman, the security guards that were with RAF Bentwaters in the Rendlesham Forest experience. It was in the 1980s. They were Rendlesham at that time was a forward base for nuclear weapons. What they termed as a UFO came to the base, did a flyover, landed on the base. And it's only recently that one of the guards has said that it communicated with him in binary code. So anyway, long story is they keep coming forward with more information about this case, and there's one of the I think it's Tony Pope. Again, please don't quote me on that, but I think it's Tony Pope is like the Ministry of Defense in Great Britain. Nick Pope in the 90s gained a lot of notoriety because he was a former Minister of Defense, and he had been so for quite a few years in Britain. And he was really hard at work on declassifying a lot of the cases in Great Britain, and Rendlesham was one of the largest. It's like Britain's Roswell. It's one of the larger cases in Great Britain, and Mr. Pope had worked really hard to try to get that stuff declassified, and it wasn't forthcoming. They were just like, it's a need to know basis. And this is a guy who has that classification. They wouldn't let him have it. So it got him on the path to becoming a ufologist, or not necessarily a ufologist, but somebody who was trying to find the truth about these experiences. And again, he was like me. He's totally more than willing to say it's an earthbound reason, but he kept running into a stone wall every time he would ask the British government, can I get information on this case? They told him, no, absolutely not. But what he found so disturbing is that a lot of these cases tended to take place over military bases, but they almost always involve nuclear facilities, nuclear craft, that kind of thing. Carriers, ICBM, nuclear weapons depots and storage facilities, things like that. And it really disturbed him, because he felt that something of that kind of security threat should be something that should be known to all of the military, but they were keeping it under close quarters. So it just begs the question of what is the reasons for them hiding a lot of this? If these are hostile, aliens or hostile interdimensional beings, then I'm sure if the truth came out and that this actually existed, then it would cause a worldwide panic and people would be freaking out. Well, they're here. They're among you. They're under your feet, whatever, what have you. We don't know that, but
they're here. They hate you. Get used to it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I think, we already have those problems amongst ourselves. So it's like, really, it's kind of just another level of sugarcoating on our Sunday there.
We made a treaty with aliens. It doesn't sound like we had a whole lot of negotiating power in that treaty.
Well, I mean, I think what I find interesting is
it makes sense to me that this is all a military thing, because they've been telling us for years, they've been leading us on to believing that UFOs are real. And then all of a sudden they're saying UFOs are real. It's because they're putting something out there. They don't want us to know that it's actually military. It's really, really highly advanced. And a number of years ago, astrophysicists, whatever, people in the know who know how fast things go in the space sky. Well, it's impossible for any of them to travel light years across this galaxy to get here. They would either die, they would be going so fast they would liquefy or turn to dust. There isn't a power source that they know of that would drive something that fast. But nothing could survive. It's impossible for any alien to come here. Any of these things to be aliens. They came out with this several years ago. Then these are scientists, and now they're saying, "Oh yeah, UFOs are real." Now, what are you going to believe? What are you going to believe? It makes sense. They have to travel light years to get here, and they have to go really fast. Either they'll die coming here, or they will die coming here because they have to travel so fast, and there isn't a source that we know of that will even go that fast. So it's really impossible.
Recently, what they've found, though, is in fact, this is actually Earth again. It goes back to what I was saying about, like, humans are pretty smart. We're as smart as we are devious. They've actually put forward, I cannot remember the name of the drive, but there's been not that there were any closer to it being a reality, at least from the private sector that we know of, the public private sector. But what they're finding out is that the equations that they did initially were for what they call light point energy. They found that the amount of energy would consume our whole entire sun. But a group of people that have been working on that, again with NASA, I could go on about NASA for days about the conspiracy theories there, but they're saying that this particular equation finds out that dark point energy would allow you to fold, like in effect, basically like taking 2 points of a piece of paper, folding it over the other,
And
creating a
fold it
warp
like
bubble.
this. That's a wormhole. So they call that a wormhole.
It's basically
Or
like
space
creating
hole
a
like this.
distortion in the fabric of the universe. So basically, what you're doing is you're creating like a little isolated bubble that allows you to travel instantaneously to another point. But we don't really have the ability to generate that energy, but it is feasible. They found out the math is actually feasible. So what that means, I don't know. There's actually people who actually have a theory that these EBEs are actually us, that it's us from the future. There's people who have, like me, who believe they're demons, and then there's actually people who believe that they're interdimensional in nature. There's people who believe that they're subterranean dwellers that have always been here from some lost civilization. There's so many theories about what they are. There's people who believe that UFOs or UAEs or whatever they're calling them again now, I don't know, that they're actually living entities, that they're not actually ships after all, but they're actually living entities. So you get all kinds of things. But one thing that we do know is that these people, Mexico City during certain times of the year, there's just thousands of them in the sky, and there's videos online of just, it's not digital. It's not, you can hear the people screaming. I mean, it's a real event. I mean, and then like again, I keep mentioning the flyover over Washington. You can't fake that. There's newsreels from that time period of just hundreds of balls of light flying over Washington. You've got the Foo Fighters from the Second World War, and there's theories on that too. But it's just to say that these things don't exist, and you can't do that anymore. Really, I mean, I agree with people who are like,
for them to come out and say they're real. It just says to me, okay, all this time you've been saying that they're not. Now you're
I agree with what Rob said earlier about the timing. It's very interesting that there's these little drips and dribbles that they're putting out. It's either one of two things. A lot of people feel like you always hear the disclosure is coming any day now. Disclosure is coming. I'll say it again. If you're willing to kill people to keep secrets, I don't think you're going to go on the 5 o'clock news and then say, oh, they're here. They're underneath our feet. They've been here all along, and now they're going to turn us into cattle. You're just not going to do that. So they're going to destroy our whole entire world. It's like the Spaniards arriving in the New World. They're going to wipe us out. You're just not going to tell people that. But at the same time, again, it could be something even worse, something more sinister, that particular treaty could actually be a real deal, and that they made a deal for that. They sold us out years ago. And so we're getting this trickle down technology. We're living in a pretty much broken world while, I hate to say it, but to use the lore term, a breakaway civilization is in, 7 galaxies over, and there's 7 worlds now probably that have been populated by human beings or Germans from the Second World War or whatever, what have you, according to the lore. I keep using that, but I just don't want people to think that I necessarily buy into all of that stuff. But it's entirely feasible. I mean, the Germans were extremely advanced for their time for what they did. And Admiral Byrd did have
oh yeah, he flew over.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, he had a thing where he went to Antarctica, but a lot of that, when they said that, we took military fire and stuff, a lot of that was it was damage from the ships colliding. One man died because one of the ice rollers rolled over him. The casualties that we had were for perfectly legitimate, reasons that a trip to Antarctica is dangerous. I mean, even nowadays with all the technology we have, we're at nature's whim. So it would be great to say, oh, the Draconians and the Nazis wiped out all these people of Admiral Byrd, but that it's not necessarily the truth. There could be perfectly mundane reasons for a lot of this stuff. But when you have something going at hypersonic speeds, plunging into water, flying out of the water, and flying up into the upper reaches of space, all within 3 seconds, there's nothing on Earth that we have right now, at least that we know of. Again, we could go back to that BTH technology I mentioned earlier, the Beyond the Horizon technology that people talk about, where they're 40 to 100 years ahead of our current civilian technology. And maybe that's our craft that we're looking at. We don't know that, though. We can't confirm that. No one's going to like just say, go on the 5 o'clock news and say, oh, it's an Air Force craft. But that's what's being said, is that people are secretly saying that it's ours. So
do you think
that still doesn't account for all of them.
Maybe the Nazis have taken over, and they're getting us to destroy ourselves instead of starting another war. They're getting us to destroy ourselves down here because we're all divided.
Well, I mean, for me though, I kind of wonder, like, why if it didn't work out for you really great the first time, and you have the ability to go, exoplanet and leave, why would you not just start a big giant super happy socialist Nazi colony on the moon and or on Titan or somewhere, and to where no one will ever bother you, and you can be as fascist and ruthless as you want to be, as Nazi yourself.
Planet, but it's all German.
Yeah.
I think we have some people from this planet here that should go there and say hello. Try to get your point across in Nazi world.
Yeah. When they say,
Felina, I'm sorry, Felina, if you were expecting your channel to get unshadow banned anytime soon, I don't think it's going to happen.
Thank you, Robert. I was trying to remember the name of the movie. Robert just reminded, it was Iron Skies, because I watched Iron Skies. Was a hilarious movie. I don't know if y'all have seen that, but it's about a breakaway Nazi civilization. Yeah, it's hysterical. The second one's about because they've got
some people, you, me, we go up there, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is like, it's there's like a whole entire cottage industry of people though that have that theory of the Hanbu and the flying saucers and everything. And there was actually a guy, a Polish, he was a Polish farmer, and he said his dad was the one that came up with the saucer technology. And for years he was making headlines, and he had like a whole book of his dad's notes of it. He said that his dad had derived it from Indian technology, Vimyanas, the flying machines mentioned in Indian Vedic texts, said that he had developed it, and it was basically everything in nature, water, air, followed a circular pattern. He said chi, or life essence, everything flowed from the circular pattern, that his dad had discovered how to harness it. And then that's how he created the saucers. But that guy got disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. And I still don't know. But that was in the 90s sometimes. And that's what I'm saying. What's weird is like, you can account for probably a lot of people with mental illness. You could say, they just, I don't know, the stress, the constant belief in this material caused them to have a heart attack. It caused them to have an aneurysm. Their bodies wore out. But that's not what happened. Some of these people are just disappearing. Some of these people are they're dying. Like I said, there's not a drop of water on the ground, and they're getting into skid collisions. Their brakes are failing. It's like Felina and I were saying earlier. You've got, what was it, 12 the people that he knew, the 2 years, the last 2 years that he was doing these conventions that he was talking about Dulce, 12 of his friends were murdered. So what, if you think hypothetically, like any of us, if we had 12 of our friends who were murdered or killed under strange circumstances or suicided themselves, that's a really high percentage rate for, I can't think of anybody who's lost that many.
38 of Hillary Clinton's friends have committed suicide. I mean,
yeah. And see, that's another one of those that I'm like, yeah.
It's a coincidence.
It's a coincidence. Don't worry. You'll be all right. You didn't mean a Fauci. Don't worry.
Things just happen. It happens in Italy all the time.
It's a consequence. Have some pasta. It'll be all right.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm passing out. I don't want to fall asleep on your show.
Oh.
So I'm going to say goodnight.
Thank you. Sorry I talked your ears off.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it was fascinating. I loved every minute of it. So I'm looking forward to being back again, and I'll be a bit more solid about the times I can show up.
All right, bro. Get some sleep.
Again. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks, all you chat.
Have a good night, Canadian Adrian. We have to get back, or we're too big. Felina's going to position her boobs into the frame.
Wait a minute. You don't need the head.
One giant head.
Look at me, bum. All right. Yeah.
They could be controlling us. If there's a Nazi planet, they could be controlling us and getting us to destroy ourselves.
Look, if they had technology, they could just wipe us out without having us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that one of the reasons that I described the whole Gnostic theory of things and that these things are demonic is because even let's say we're spiritual beings. I mean, this is just my personal beliefs. Nobody, I'm not saying anybody has to believe this, but this is my personal belief. Okay. If we're spiritual beings, people say, well, you're saying that we weren't created by God. That's not true, because you have to think of it in the way that we're spiritual beings that are having a physical experience. We've been put into frail physical bodies that fail. And everybody says, well, the wages of sin are death, that kind of thing. I think the reality is probably that we've got substandard merchandise because the people who constructed us for substandard merchandise. It's not to say that, we weren't created by God, because we were. I think this whole experience on this planet is more or less has been controlled from the very beginning, and that we're just nothing but cattle to them. And they seem to think that there are gods, that they think that we're just their, we're their cattle to control. Because
there are no gods. There are no gods. They're aliens. I was told that when I was a kid, that actually they're just aliens, and we thought that they were gods, but they're actually aliens.
Well, I mean, again, the night that y'all were talking about Zechariah Sitchin and the Anunnaki, a lot of times I think that these beings seem to think that they're Amy Joyce. I think that they're and I'll say this again, I hate saying this word, but they're they're archons, which is Greek for the word for rulers. But they're fallen angels, they're demons. That's what I believe. I mean, I'm not saying that anybody else has to believe that, but I think because they've existed long before our species, we as human beings.
Cuneiform tablets are basically the first 5 books of Moses.
Yeah, because if you read the hypostasis of the archons, what's really interesting is that I think you and I talked about this a little bit last week. They describe 2 beings. One is an entity that can be either reptilian or lion-faced. The other looks like a fetus. That's what they literally describe it as. So if you look at a gray, what does it look like? A fetus.
Wait a second. What about the in the story about Philip Schneider about the cattle being mutilated around Dulce, New Mexico? They found a fetus inside of it, and it wasn't a cattle fetus. It was 3 beings together, like a frog, a crocodile, and something else, and the head had just water in it. So it said that the aliens, they were impregnating the cows with aliens.
Well, if you think about
the body horror segment of the show, yes.
The one thing that we didn't talk about was the hall. Me. Yeah, the hall 7 of the 7th level of the base was supposedly what they call the nightmare hall. That was where people who had been abducted, people who had vagrants that had been pulled off the street, homeless persons, were taken to this hall. And Philip and other people that have come forward said that they would have people come up to them and say that, can you get information to my family? They live in X place. I've been taken. Please help me. And a lot of times they would ignore it. They were told to ignore it because they were told that these people were mentally ill. The only difference is that one of the 3 people that survived with Philip, actually the guy that I told you about earlier, the special forces guy, he actually investigated the information and found out this guy had been reported missing like 5 years before or whatever. And said that those people, no one's coming for them. No one's going to help them. They're totally at the whim of these creatures, and that they undergo like the worst kind of tortures, the worst kind of genetic manipulation. And he said the beings that were down there were some of the worst things he had ever seen, chimeras and that kind of thing, which, again, you could take that with a grain of salt and say it doesn't exist. But then you have, China is actually making pig human chimeras right now, against world, regulations.
So, whoa, I'm a little confused. Was this research that was being conducted by the military, or were we just feeding aliens what they want?
No, I think it goes back to the Greada Treaty, where they were told that they could use our genetic material and use us as guinea pigs. No pun intended. That they could use our bodies. They could abduct a certain number of us. But the thing is, they went whole hog, and they're abducting a whole lot more people than they're. Yeah, and they're supposed to return people with just simple tracking devices. But what's happening is they're not being returned. So I think that ties into what Philip said about them having the feeding tanks, where they use the fluids to, the amber liquids, the blood, the thing that they were using. All of the like I said, that was one of those weird areas that overlaps where they talk about.
This has something to do with everybody's
This is the worst treaty.
Are you sure this isn't like an ayahuasca experience?
No, I mean, the thing is that, like I said earlier, what's creepy about it is that, you have people on the record saying that these things absorb their nutrients through their skin. And then when they absorb the nutrients, then they excrete like an ammonia smelling, they smell terrible. They smell like ammonia and death. So if you think about throughout history, what creature have you ever heard of that when summoned smells like death itself? That's why I think it's demonic. I think these creatures are probably, what I find funny is when people make fun of me for saying that, what I tell them is like, okay, you're a Christian, take whatever you want, the rapture, you take even the resurrection, anything that you want to take, and then talk to me about that. But what I always find really interesting in them was when you talk about hell or you talk about demons, the first thing out of their mouth is, oh, it's not really like that. Well, how do you know? And also, too, if you're a Christian, why don't you believe that? Mm-hmm. They think that devils are a metaphor. They think demons are a metaphor. They think that
I never thought that.
Well, I know, I'm just saying it, but what I'm finding out though is that it's to me, you want to take part and parcel of your faith and throw part of it away. I mean, yet you're being told who the enemy is. You're being told what the problem is. The very reasons for the grief in your existence, and you're saying it doesn't exist. It's just a metaphor. I just have a problem with that. So
I think people are afraid of being labeled as crazy. Oh yeah, I believe in all this stuff, and God is up there, and everything. It just, and then I think people are afraid because atheists will keep asking you those questions or ridiculing you for believing in these things, and so you basically kind of say, "Oh, I don't quite believe that. It's just some kind of a spiritual experience," and then they kind of degrade the belief in God and demons and angels down to a very low level that basically is nothing, because we live in a society where we're constantly berated by atheists that say, oh, come on, you must be crazy for believing in that. It's a guy in the sky and demons with pitchforks, and so people just don't want to admit anymore that they believe in these things, So it does make sense that these are demonic forces, but why would they fly in spaghips? Well, I mean, really, the demons don't need to fly in spaceships.
Well, if you think about like what again, Sentinel was a being of light. He was a deceiver. And he's described in a lot of different texts as a deceiver. And then what's ironic though is like you have like the Prince of Tyre, which is mentioned in the Bible, and a lot of people take that as there's very little mention of. Let me put it a better way. When Jesus was being tempted, and when spirits are cast out quite often, like a lot of times they're being asked, who are you? And it's the old saw, we're legion. Well, think about that. And Ian Randall, you're totally right. It is the absence of God is hell. I think when you don't have the ability, you're not a creator. You've lost that ability. You've fallen. Then what you do is, it doesn't mean that you've lost your knowledge. It doesn't mean that you've lost your ability to fabricate. The Gnostics describe that these creatures apparently can't enter our atmosphere. So I think that like the EBEs, the other creatures that exist, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think they were totally wrong and they were totally misguided. I think they absolutely are in our atmosphere. I think they have the ability to take complete control over our bodies, possession.
If they're demons, we only if we let them.
Yeah, but see, that one of the things that's very, very interesting is that people that have had abduction experiences who come from a point of faith have said that when these things were occurring, not always, but they've said that if they cried out to God, that a lot of times these events stopped. They stopped right away. So that tells me that something's not always, that some of them kept on going. And of course, again, that goes into violation of free will, which I don't think demons ever really cared about your free will. So that's why I still believe that it's the demonic, they're demonic entities. But, and two, just the malice and the hate that they have. Well, Amy Joyce, I think it's probably, Amy Joyce said if they're so powerful, why don't they just take over? I think it's because they're still being held in check. When Felina mentioned last week about how there seems to be a gradual lessening of the good in the world and then the darkness seems to be taking over, I think that's all part of the same thing in the Bible when they describe about how God slowly allows the forces of Satan to take over eventually. He's going to have his time.
Doesn't he have his reign now?
Yeah.
He has free reign now.
Well, I mean, I think that when that day comes, it's going to be one of the worst days we've ever had, but I don't think it's here back yet, but I think that it will come one day. And what's interesting too is like these kids that have all these visions, the people that have these visions that are put in their head, there's never like a kumbaya moment or it's always about, the planet being destroyed or war or, there's never, if these beings are such advanced creatures, then why are they not like, here's free energy, here's how to solve cancer? Isn't that, you don't get that. What you get is,
why would they want to all come here and do that to us? What are they? I mean, if there's all these planets with all these different Nazis and Nordics and lizards and grays and all that stuff, why aren't they fighting with each other? Why are they coming here and trying to hide or be sneaky about it? It doesn't make any sense. You think they go full out war, take us all as your prisoners. You know what I mean? I mean, that would make sense. That's why I don't think there's something that's missing. There's something that's missing because they would, since if all these different kind of beings are coming here, then they have you would think that they would have on their planets technical advancements that far surpass us. So why aren't they just fighting each other to try to take over all those planets instead of us? Because we haven't been advanced for that long.
No, I mean, it's because they're deceiving us. I mean, they're I think that's one of the reasons why if that treaty was actually made, that Eisenhower made a deal with the devil, basically. Bless you.
Bless you. Yeah.
That I think that he was basically offering up to robbing Peter to save Paul. He was trying to buy time, I think, to see if we could probably build weapons to stop these things. He didn't know what the nature of them was. I think probably
but
at
then
some
why
point.
did he say beware of the military-industrial complex if he was buying time to build weapons, and then say beware of the weapons. You know what I mean? It kind of like, this doesn't make any sense.
I can,
or the other.
No, I can explain that, because what you're looking at is I think what he was trying to say is that it's a spiritual warfare. It's not a again, it goes back to what we were saying last week about it's a spiritual warfare. It's not something that you're going to be able to
talking about weapons, actual weapons.
No, I know. What I'm saying is he probably was buying time because he didn't know what he was dealing with at first. And I think probably as time went on, he realized that, what purpose would aliens have for if they can get to our planet and travel interstellar distances, what would be the reason that they would need to ask someone permission to use a biological subject? Well, the reason you would need to ask permission is because it's a violation of divine will. It's a violation of divine law. So when someone, if the way that they're looking at it is from an ancient perspective. If you talk to the leader and the leader gives you permission to go amongst the people and take one of their own, as long as there's consent. But see, here's the thing. They don't really get consent. They don't really ask these people in the middle of the night. They take people, against their will, supposedly. They experiment on them. They take stuff from them, and there's never ever any question of, do you give consent? However, when someone comes to their senses and fights back or calls upon God, suddenly it stops. Suddenly that free will, that violation of free will. I think the point is that they're basically, it's like being tricksters, DIYM rain in Spain. If the little green men offer beads, will it work? Or blankets, smallpox infected blankets. No, I think that whatever laws that they're operating under are still God's laws. But they have circumvented that because they don't, that's why I think that they're demons, because when people look into the eyes of these creatures, they don't see space brother or space sister. If you are being honest and you're being truthful, is there a reason that you need to use the ancient term, do you need to glamour someone and control their mind? If your intentions are good, their intentions aren't good, they're evil. So it's a matter of semantics on where they come from, interdimensionally, space, time, whatever. They're still evil to be reckoned with, and they don't have our best interest at heart. And I think that goes probably for all of them. I mean, a lot of people say that's a very closed-minded way of looking at things. But if they do, I've never seen one, so I can't really say that. But I have seen a ship. I have seen a craft in the sky. I told Rob, I think it was one of ours or something, but I don't know. I have no way of knowing, and I don't have any way of proving anything. Do
you mind if there's an aspect to that story? I don't know if you're okay with me mentioning it.
Well, we had the only thing that when I say that I've never seen an alien, I think when we were in college, we had we were walking down a particular street at that time we were taking books back to my friend that I had been in high school with. She and I were going to the same college. She wanted me to walk with her because she was walking at night to take these particular books for the nursing program back to one of her classmates. So I walk with her, and as we're going down the street at this college, I'm waiting at the store close to the curb, and she comes back at me and starts screaming, and she's like in hysterics, and she's just like, well, I saw somebody without eyes, David, and she's just hysterical. And I never saw her like that. And she's never, ever been one of those people to panic like that. And I just had a feeling of like evil. That's how, I don't know any other way to put it. But these things basically
they had no eyes. Did they just have skin where the eyes were?
Well, it was totally, they didn't have eyes. And it's like I told Rob that what bothered me about it is I've told it, I've said, been pretty upfront that I've had several experiences since I was young with the supernatural, but this was the first time that I felt like actual evil, and it was a guy who looked like a punk. That's the only way I know how to describe it, because he had spiky hair, but he had like no eyes. Like his eyes were completely blacked out. And I know people immediately are going to say black-eyed kids, but no, there was no eyes. It was like there was just hollow there. And
wait, you saw him yourself?
Do what now?
You saw him yourself?
Yeah, I saw both of them, the female and the male, and he was a really tall male, and he had like spiky hair, and she was like a younger girl, like a little girl. It was very weird. Neither one of them
had no eyes.
They literally were just dark eyes, and at first I thought she just made it. Yeah, and you have to understand. No, there was no eyes. There was no pupils, no sclera, nothing. Skin. No, there was just two eyelids and hollow, nothing there. And it was.
Eyelashes? Were there eyelashes?
What I remember with him, he didn't have. He had like the spiky hair, and that's all I remember.
Because empty sockets.
Yeah.
Oh, freak! I would have freaked out. You wouldn't be able to get me out of the insane asylum if I.
Well, no, and I told him that I tried to think about during that particular time in that era, like somebody. They trying to think of like if because back then scleral lenses was like the only way to do that. Like I don't know if y'all know what that, but that's like effects lenses that go over your whole eye, which they have that now, but this was the late 80s. I don't think anybody had scleral lenses.
Oh, they had a lot in the late 80s.
No,
a lot of weird stuff in the 80s.
Yeah, but I don't think they had full scleral lenses that people could buy. I thought about the fact that it could be somebody who was trying to mess with it. But the weird part is like I told Rob, that everybody around us didn't notice them.
If they got spiky hair, then they're punk rockers, and they used to do they put the
it gets better.
Piercings all over. Weird.
She ran past me. You gotta understand, this is a girl who I would try to get to go running with me because I was very athletic then. And she would she said, I want to get in shape, Dave. I really want to. That girl dusted me that night. She never wanted to go running. She went with me one time. Amy Joyce, it was around 1988. She dusted me running back to the dorm, and she was screaming and crying. And this girl nothing fazed her. I mean,
88. So that's the year Styx was born.
Yeah, but it was just like, so we got back to the dorm, and she and I remember this very well because I was scared I was going to lose my girlfriend at the time, which seems really funny. She wanted to stay over. She said, I don't feel safe going back to my dorm. Can I stay here? And I was like, and we didn't have but one bed, and my roommate at the time in college, already his girlfriend was staying over a top bunk. She said, can I stay in your bed, Dave? And I'm like, okay. And so, there's something in me that just was like,
did they follow you back?
Yeah. Anyway, I went to the window, and then, I just, how you get that feeling. I went down to the window or over to the window, and I looked down, and they were down there staring up at us. And I told Rob that
people with no eyes.
Yeah, they somehow got back to the dorm like not far after we did, and for them to get where they were, I mean, it was like a good. It was I told Rob it was like one of the freakiest, scariest moments, and that literally like that the shadow person and the UFO were like the things that like just
no drugs.
No, I don't. No, I didn't drink. I didn't take drugs. I was a teetotaler. It was one of the worst experiences of my life, and it freaked me out so bad. And I didn't know what they were.
Bizarre. That is insane.
And so Matt, who was my roommate at the time, and I would we went to the window, and they finally left, but they stayed there for I want to say 10, 15 minutes.
You didn't call the cops?
I didn't know what to do because what was I supposed to say? I was like, we saw people with no eyes that, followed us. They
were threatening us.
Freaked out.
They were threatening you.
Yeah. But it was more than just seeing them. You said that you felt like hatred radiating.
Yeah, it was just pure. That's what I'm saying. That's what really cued me in at first was just this feeling of danger and like hate, just like pure, just I hate you and I want to kill you. I mean, it was the weirdest feeling ever. And I told Rob, the first time I ever got held up was in school, which was a joke because I was wearing like biker shorts. I don't know if you know like biker shorts, but I had like underwear biker shorts on, and the dude holds a gun on me when I hit the corner right after the corner store, and he said, give me your wallet. I was like, dude, the only thing I have on me is my dorm key, and I don't think you want whatever else I have. I was like, at least I hope you don't. And I wasn't trying to be funny. I was just kind of like in a state of shock. So trust me when I say, it was one of those times when you're just like hyper vigilant about everything around you. But these guys just like out of nowhere. And what was weird was that no one on the street noticed them except us. And she was somebody who was just nothing ever faced her. And she was just in hysterics. Yeah. And
Amy says that somebody had lizard eyes.
Yeah.
A few months ago.
It's sort of like the same thing with the shadow people.
You know what a lizard eye is. I know.
Yeah. It was, and I'm not joking about this. I don't mean to sound like this is a supernatural experience. It wasn't, but I dated a girl who had some kind of condition where she had vertical pupils. Only dated her briefly. She was not the nicest girl. But she was, man, that girl was crazy. Yeah, but she had some condition that made her pupils vertical. No, it was normal. Not that I knew that, but yeah, I went on one or 2 dates with. I think we went to go see Awakenings, which was the Robert De Niro, Robin Williams movie about Robert Salk or whatever. Dude, she was just like, yeah, you're right, Amy Joyce. I told Rob that for me was like when I realized it was the real deal. I mean, shadow person, I could imagine that it was in my head. The UFO I could have like maybe sleepwalking, but the thing with those, I don't know what they were. That I didn't imagine that. And again, like with it was just something that I'll never forget that as long as I live, because it was just evil. It just felt pure malice and anger towards us.
I put this in the private chat. I don't think you'll mind me mentioning this, but with the UFO experience, you said it did kind of have a hold on you. It compelled you to walk outside. Correct?
Yeah, because I was again, like I said, with the shadow person thing, I was somebody who never slept much. And I got into quite a bit of trouble. I didn't want to get my dad mad at me and stuff, because my dad he's worked hardest working person in my whole life. I didn't want to wake him up, so I was trying to be quiet, but a lot of times I would read at night. And I critically mean it. I just had chronic insomnia. I couldn't sleep. But one night, I just had this really strong feeling of, come outside, and it just kept getting stronger and stronger. And I just got up, walked outside, and that's when I saw the craft. So, but it's like I told Rob, it was almost like a giant
Dorito.
No, yeah, it was like the first, it literally changed shape. That's what freaked me out about it, was that I'm looking up at it, and it was so big that it just, like, the whole house was just dwarfed by it. And it was like I'm standing outside, in my shorts and my tank top, and I'm just looking up at this thing, and it's just like
really.
I've told people that it's like a bed. It was like 4 towers with like a square, and it was just these multicolored shifting lights, and I described it to Rob that it was a lot like when you see the Transformers credits on the movies where they're overlapping each other. That's what it was like, only it was light. And then it just the only way I know how to describe it is like it winked out, it reappeared on the horizon, and it was a triangle. It was like a dark triangle, and then a shaft of light just came down into the farm out there, the field, and then like I told him, it winked out, reappeared much higher up in the atmosphere, and then it was just gone. And I don't know if that and the shadow person that night, and then the people at college like a year or two later, I don't know if that has anything connection or whatever, but that's why I've been following this stuff all my life, because of that, those things.
David's experiences are much more interesting than mine.
Hello, Three Stooges.
Yeah, but
continue.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that that's why when I tell people that have things happen to them that they can talk to me, because I just know what that's like. Cause it's like you know, like I said, I go in the weight room and I'm sitting there talking to my classmates, and it's like they're talking about, yeah, man, have you seen Gina? She looks really good, you know. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, what the hell do I do with this? It's like I can't talk to anybody about it. And I tried talking to my best friend at the time, and he's just like, well, you may not want to tell anybody that. You know, they'll think you're, you know. But it wasn't that he was concerned about me; he just didn't care, and it I don't know. I think it upset me so bad that I didn't talk to anybody about it until I met my girlfriend and Rob and a couple other people. Because what do? You're like, oh, hey, you know. So, but if I was interested in notoriety, then I would start my own channel and sell T-shirts and a book and go on a book tour. But that's not why I do that. It's because I'm just trying to fight. You know, yeah, as my girlfriend just said, I would get suicided. But I was just mainly trying to find the truth.
A lot of people have written books on aliens and not been killed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm joking, but I just saying it's. I think
you can make movies about them. They haven't been killed. I mean, Steven Spielberg is still walking there. So I mean, you can do it. I guess it depends on. You just don't blame the government for it. I mean, these people without eyes, how you're not really going to connect that to the government.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I go back to, I think it was demonic in nature, or whoever it was a theater student that was really good at makeup. I don't know, and I'll never know. And like I said, I'm open to whatever, you know. So,
but
that's too long ago to know.
That would explain how they knew where you were and why you got the feeling of hatred. There are a lot of loose ends that you can't really wrap up.
No, but I mean and even weirder. What's strange is that girl that I was friends with, and I was so worried about my girlfriend breaking up with me because she stayed over, and I told her because I wanted to be honest with her. She's like, yeah, so what? But it was like, no big deal. She was like, yeah, so what? I know you're not gonna say. But what's funny is, like, a couple of years later, we met at Dunkin' Donuts, I think it was, or Krispy Kreme. And we were on High Point Road at Krispy Kreme talking about stuff, and that's when I found out that she had tick fever. Or I guess Lyme disease, whatever you want to call it, but it had wiped out. Similar to, I have a family member that happened to also, but she didn't remember any of it. And it's like she didn't even remember like my name and the girlfriend at the time that I was talking about. I said I was so worried that, you know, my girlfriend's name, and she's like, "Who is that?" She didn't even. And I told Megan, like, what disturbs me so much about that is, like, it's like now I start to question my sanity, if that makes sense. And I've had people, you know, they're like, well, dude, you tell anybody that you're going to be committed. I'm like, that's great, but that's fine if, you know, but I'm just trying to understand what happened. That's all. And it's like upsetting because you don't have anybody you talk to about it. So, but that's
me and David have been friends for, I think, not much more than, I mean, real life friends. We were Facebook friends. I don't think we've been real life friends for much more than 2 years about. Yeah. And so I think you've been very forthcoming with me, I think, in the way that you haven't been with most other people. But what I found remarkable is when I was listening to you telling me these stories, there was not an ounce of suspicion in me. There was not one little molecule.
No, I know. I don't think there's anything, you know, but you were seeing things that weren't there. It just very matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean,
afterwards, you know.
Well, I told Rob too. What's weird for me is, like, I think at the time that I was probably a better person than I am now, and so if it was something,
now you kick kittens into the fence.
I know. I know, but I'm just saying it. Well, I really was, but I had a lot more. I was a lot more open-minded then than I am now, which is weird. You would think it would be the reverse, but I just remember you know, no, Amy Joyce, that's what I was saying, that, you know, that there really isn't anybody left now. She got tick fever, so she's the only other, she and I were the only two people. The other person in the room, Matt, I don't talk to him anymore. I've lost track of him. I don't know where he's at. He's really probably the only other person left. And then I told my girlfriend at the time.
She's crazy.
Yeah, so that was ages and ages ago. And definitely with the UFO, that was a single event with just me. And then the shadow person, that was just me. So it's like I just sound like a crazy person. I don't know any other way to put it. I just sound like a crazy person. But I just literally
I told you about my shadow person experience when I was a kid, and
yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying is when I got on the internet, I just
freaky. I was totally
I realized
awake.
a lot of people out there have had the same experiences, and so when in the 90s when I first started getting on the internet, it's like I was like, oh man, these people have seen this stuff too. So you know,
the old hag that gets on your chest that won't get off you.
Oh yeah, the night terrors and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it was just it started me down that path of like, what is this? What are these things? You know, and I
it sounds really like demons like that. I think. I mean, a lot of that sounds pretty demonic. Yeah, and you know, if this is like, if we're living in end times, this is when they're the most active, because it's they know that they're not going to survive forever, and they have to take down as many of us as possible.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying earlier about like
read the Bible. You know, if you're that's basically what the Bible say, is that that's it. It's going to be a war, and but they get thrown in the lake of fire, and they want us to go down with them. Mm-hmm. As many as they can get. So no matter the evil that's going on in the world, and it almost, people are struggling to survive. They'll do anything to survive. They're afraid that what's going to happen tomorrow. That's all a part of this, and you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid. And as far as demons go and all that stuff, they're not going to last. They have only so much time left, and they know it. So there's only one thing that's going to last, and that's God. So hold on to the only thing that is. That's why when I speak about mysticism and you pray to God, somebody you will say is. Either you could say love or is, because there's the only thing that is God. There's really nothing else. God is everything. It's the only thing that will last. God created everything. But if you say is, there is only one is, and that's God. You know, so that's, if you're going to hold on to something, you hold on to God, and basically maybe that's the power that you will have over these demons, is by looking at them and saying, you have no power over me. Your time is almost up. I'm with this guy. I'm with this guy. And there's nothing you can do to me, because I know your time is almost up, and you know it. That's why you're going crazy. And that's why they're scarier, because when people about to beat you up, or who are abusive, to do abusive things, they become very big and very loud, and then they start to throw things, and they're because they want to scare you, and they want to basically turn you into nothing. So that's what these demons are doing, is exactly what somebody who is into abuse and control is doing. They're becoming bigger than they really are, and more powerful than they really are. And they know to scare you, must get louder and put on crazy faces to scare them. But if you see a person who does abuse and control, And you'll talk to their friends or people who are, oh, they're the nicest guy in the world. He's a sweetheart. What do you mean big and scary? They're very, very small. A demon is not big, but they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger just for us, just to drive us crazy and to get us petrified into either going, if we don't go their way, they will devour us. And you said they can't devour you. They can't do anything. They make you think that they can devour you. They can never bring you to their side, not unless you want to go to that side. If you want to stay on God's side, there's nothing they can do. Their mouths get huge, but to suck you in, they can't do anything. You say Jesus, 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 call on the name of Jesus. Or you say Yeshua, Yeshua HaMashiach, which is the Jewish way of saying it. That's how you say it in Hebrew or Aramaic, which was his actual name. But even if you just call Jesus, 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 I know in my dreams, I've had scary dreams, I've called out the name of God. And it's actually hasn't helped because it's a dream. It's an actual dream. It's not like they're demons. It's just probably something that I was dealing with.
I mean, it's a demonic dream. It's a demonic dream meant to lure you into the belief that calling upon the name of Jesus doesn't work. There you go.
Yeah, maybe I should say Yeshua, Yeshua, Yeshua. Who are you calling? There's nobody named Jesus here. That's a Greek name. Technically it is. It's a Greek name. Yeshua HaMashiach. It means Jesus, Jesus Christ, or Jesus the Messiah. Mashiach. That's who he is. So yeah, that's it. Obviously, God, who created everything, is certainly the one with all the power. And if you are the creator, you're much more powerful than the creation, even if the creation has gone rogue and become demonic. There is only one who says, hey, I'm the creator. I can think you out of existence, for God's sake.
Well, that's what I don't understand, like Satanists. That's like betting on the team that the Harlem Globetrotters is playing against. It's like, yeah, they're gonna pull this one off.
He's only got so much time left, and they know it. And or call on the archangels, Ariel, Raphael, Uriel, and Michael. Call on the four archangels. Raphael before me, Gabriel behind me, Michael on my right side, Uriel on my left side. The four of the golden star, the six-pointed gold star within me, the golden star around me. Ata, Malkut, Big Buddha, Big Dula, Leolam, Amen. That's out of the Kabbalah. I mean, it's a Kabbalic kind of clearing exercise that you point towards the east when you start it, and then you go south, and you.
Or do like Robin I do, just say, Jesus, take the wheel.
It's you call on the four archangels to clear everything out and protect you. Well, if God made all these archangels for a reason, you know what I mean? God, all these beings, we're supposed to have a guardian angel that watches over us. God made all these beings for a reason, and they have powers. And I think if God didn't make them and didn't, have them written about, he's telling us ways to use them and to call on the power of the heavens to help us. I mean, there's like, what you do is, see, in the Kabbalah clearing exercise, obviously, you don't know. Atam Malkut, Big Dula, Leolam, and Yud He Vav He. You say Yud He Vav He, you draw the seal of Solomon over you, and then you put your hands here and you blow out through your heart. Yud He Vav He. What is that? that is YHVH, the unpronounceable name of God. And then you turn and then you say, Adonai.
You know, it's interesting.
Adonai.
You said that because it reminded me of something that
God. That's why. So you forget. You aren't just calling on at the end. You have the archangels come and stay in either direction. But to do the Kabbalah clearing, you call on 4 names of God. So it's really powerful. So every direction you turn to is clear, it's protected, it's powerful. But you call on the names of God first before you bring in the 4 archangels. So anything like this happens to you, you call on the name of God, and you imagine the Star of David within you shining bright, and then a golden seal of Solomon around your body, so you're completely protected. And you imagine the archangels around you. You imagine them around you, but you've called on God. You've put God's name over your whole body. You're drawing it over your whole body. It's really it was suggested to me to do it in the morning and at night. It's good to clear everything out, and then you're solidly protected by the name of God. Of course, God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit are 3 divine persons in one. You're calling on all of them when you're calling on those names. Ehe, Asher, Ehe, which means I am that I am, and that's the one you do to the west. And then Allah is a combination of 4 of the names of God. So it's a very powerful thing. So if you think you're dealing with demonic spirits, this is the best thing that you can do. It really is. It's like sometimes when you call on Jesus, you're frightened, but it's like there's a frightened Jesus. This way you kind of like stop. You're centered. It's powerful. You're drawing these things over your body. You're imagining the Star of David within you. You imagine the Star of Solomon, the Solomon seal around you, and the 4 archangels. But you've already called on God in each direction, the name of God, and painted this over your body, which means that what can and that's who Jesus is. Jesus, there is no difference between Adonai and Yud He Vav He, Yud He Vav He. I can draw that a million times. I could draw. That's from right to left in Hebrew, and I draw this over a million times. I don't even have to think about it. But God, Jesus, and God are the same. And when He comes back, He has skin of bronze and white hair, because He will have merged with His Father. And essentially, He merges with eternity. That's who the Father is eternity, knowledge, and bliss. And that's why when He comes back, He's no longer the healing Messiah, but He's just Judge. He's really powerful. So it's a whole different thing. So right now, and the fact that we're near the end, it's even more so when we call on Jesus that we are calling on Yeshua, because Jesus is the Greek name for Yeshua. That to call on Him, because He's going to come back as His Father at the end of time. He's going to come back as His Father, and we're getting close to it. And if anything's going to scare a demon, it's going to be the Father. If Jesus merged with the Father and the Holy Spirit, and all that great stuff going on, that's going to scare a demon out. Let me tell you, I've done that so many times in this room when I felt presences, or I've, whatever, woke up in the middle of the night and I could see the shadow things. I do that, and I've got holy water. I even make my own holy water. My grandfather was a priest, by the way, so I know how to make all this stuff. And I've got an altar right here. So I have an altar that's it's got a lot of really interesting holy stuff in it, embedded in it. When I created it, I made 3 levels, and in each level has got some stuff that's really sacred. So it's kind of powerful.
Whereas we had a demonic coffee table.
I was going to say,
it's not
the opposite of your demon table.
This is good. This is good. Let me show you what I've got. Well, I was.
By the way, I hope it won't get counted against me in the great ledger that I tried to keep the demon table alive as long as possible.
No, I like the table too.
Yeah, I took that.
I was really rooting for the demon table. Can we please make a show about it?
Well, this is what's on top.
Oh wow!
This is what's on top. Here's the circle that God is complete. That means it's a gold, and God is complete. God is whole. And when Moses talked to God, he would talk to God through this space between the 2 wings. So this is God, and so this is the top of the Ark of the Covenant. If anybody wants to know where, I know you guys, it's lost. Nobody knows where it is. It's here, and I've miniaturized it so I could fit it on top of my altar.
Just don't open it because your face will melt. I've seen this before.
You see, this is fluorite, which is double terminated, which is basically what's a double terminated, and it's also blue. They're 2 triangles. When they merge together, you've got the Star of David. This is very holy. And what's inside of one of the things that are inside the Ark of the Covenant, the name of Jesus. Let's see. Each time I say Jesus, I offer God the infinite merits of Jesus Christ, his passion and his death, and all the masses which are celebrated throughout the world, for the greater glory of God, for my personal intentions for peace in the world. I will repeat as often as possible during the day, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. During the day, keep this card with you. All night, place it under your pillow. The holy name of Jesus will deliver you from evil and will obtain for you great blessings. How about that? So I used to keep it under. Do you see how bad shape this is in? This is like in really bad shape. I used to keep it inside my pillow, and it was just disintegrating. So I put it inside of the Ark of the Covenant. Is that smart of me? So
when you angle your head to get away from the camera, sometimes it's hard for us to hear you. So just.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, just letting you know.
Okay. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard though.
It's hard, but you hear it. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Amy Joy. So thank you for joining us.
But my room,
we had you here with us.
I've got altars all over my room. My room, I decided I would make my room a temple, and I would sleep in that temple every night. So there's altars in every direction, all 4 corners. So it's that's the way I want to live. I want to sleep in the temple, as if if you're a priest or a priestess, you used to sleep in the temple. And what better place to be, and better way to be protected, and just to be with and think of God all the time. And every time I pass the altar, I always make the sign of the cross, because I'm passing the altar, and the altar represents this represents the tabernacle, the Ark of the Covenant, which in Catholicism, that's where the body of Christ is kept in the tabernacle. Do you want me to show you the body of Christ?
Oh man,
it's
we
true.
lost Selena.
I make the sign of the cross. I just, you know what I mean? Why not? Why not have Jesus with? Why not sleep with Jesus with you? I mean, people who like in Catholicism.
We discussed this last week on why that was bad.
if you were a Eucharistic minister, they give you a little container that's metal, and you keep that with you, and it's filled with hosts, because you're supposed to go out and give it to people who can't make it to church. So if Eucharistic ministers can have it on their bureau, why can't I have it on my altar? I mean, come on. So it's not really that over the top or crazy. Hey, at least Eucharistic ministers pass by the host and that they have in their house, and they do not stop and make the sign of the cross. When you pass the tabernacle, you're supposed to make the sign of the cross. Let's kneel down and make the sign of the cross. I always make that way. I pass the altar millions of times a day. Millions, thousands of times a day. So I did it on purpose, that I would have to pass it. That way I would have to stop. I would go past it and say, you passed God and you haven't acknowledged God. You passed God and you did not acknowledge God's presence. So I go back and I make the sign of the cross and I think of God. I'm constantly acknowledging God's presence and remembering God. And you can basically, when you stop and do that, you become very peaceful. And I stand before it and just say something to God.
I feel like I feel slacked off. All I do is come in at night and it's like, thank you, Lord, for this life. Boom. And then I pass out. I feel so bad.
Yeah.
But it's to constantly be acknowledging God's presence, knowing God is here. Also that knowledge that God is present. And to never forget that God is present. That's why I found out that it was such an important thing to do. Instead of we go about our days, and most of our days we don't even think that God exists. A few times a day we think about God, but we don't always. And we forget God most of the time. And if we remember that God is present at all times, then there would be less fear. Would we be less afraid if we knew that God was present at all times? When he's not even listening here. He could just care less. He could just care less.
I was reading the comments. Amy Joyce left.
Yeah, I probably need to check out too. I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, everybody's going good. Well, actually, there's still people here, but these guys in the comments section, they all left. How about that?
That would be our audience.
I'm here.
Pretty cool. That's lapis. There's lapis right there. That's lapis.
Lapis lazuli.
Yeah, that's right. That's
How you doing?
But they used to the high priest. He said that's one of the stones on the breastplate of the high priest, ruby, and this right there, it's stuck in there, but that's real emerald. But that was on the breastplate of the high priest. So the color blue is very important in Judaism. So yeah. And that's one thing that in Catholicism, the priest should have blue or blue sash, but they don't. They have purple and red, but they should have blue. That's a part of the priestly class. That's what God said that the high priest, there have to be those three colors. But for some reason, the priests don't have the color blue, and they should have the color blue.
Felina knows how to Catholic better than actual priests.
Clearly.
I know.
You can
There
are many subtle levels of Catholic.
Yeah, dangerous levels of you can out Catholic the Pope. I'm sure of that.
I'm rattling off Hebrew here too. But Yud Hey Vav Hey is they say that the Jehovah's Witnesses say it's Jehovah, but they've put the wrong, and any Jew will tell you. They put the wrong vowels. It's not Jehovah. That's not God's name. Yud Hey Vav Hey is not the vowels that are placed in between those consonants, because there are no vowels.
Well, they use the vowels from Adonai. They use the vowels from Adonai, didn't they?
Which that's not Yud Hey Vav Hey is YHVH is a separate name. It is the unpronounceable name of God. And unless you are, if you're Jewish, if you're not supposed to say the name, God's name, outside of the temple. That's why they said, or even write it. They will write G-D, or they will call him Hashem. If they mention God's name, you refer to him as Hashem, which means the one who has no name. That's the only name you can say. But you see, I live in a temple, so I can say it.
What I heard is that, like, the ancient Jewish scribes, when they were transcribing something and they would write the Tetragrammaton, they would then take their pen and they would bury it every time they wrote the Tetragrammaton.
Yeah, I just wanted to get credit for writing it and then erasing it.
No, they took the whatever, the quill or whatever they would
did.
The quill that they were writing it with, or the paper where they wrote the words.
And they would bury it. They would then bury the pen or the writing instrument after they had written the name of God.
So no one could erase it.
Then they would bury it in something. That's why they say the Dead Sea Scrolls. You see, when you are the scribes who are transposing the the Old Testament, we'll call it the Old Testament. It's actually the Hebrew Bible with a tongue. If you make a mistake, what they do is they count each letter in each line, and they have somebody over you watching. If you make one mistake, you cannot throw that away. You have to roll it up and put it in a clay jar and put it away. You can never bury it. You can never burn it, because that's the word of God, even though you make a mistake. So that's where, well, see, that's what a Hasidic rabbi, his name is Joseph Yitzchak Sarabiansky. He lives in Crown Heights in Brooklyn. And so if he says...
Polina can out Jewish rabbis, too.
But if he says it, I'm saying, if he says it, I'll go with that one. You know, he knows what he's. Oh, there's another emerald.
I think David's getting a little restless here. I think David's.
No, I probably need to go to bed because I'm so sleepy. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, go to bed.
I appreciate having time with you guys tonight and spending time with everybody.
You're always awesome, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Night. Love y'all.
Thank you so much, David.
Bye.
He's gone. So
it's the deflating and Felina show, just like old.
That's right. You deflated everyone. You made everyone leave.
Story of my life. And we have we probably have 2 people watching.
No, 4.
Yeah. Oh, that's pleasant. No, you guys. I mean, you guys had like 10 viewers. That was pretty good.
Well, it'll get a little bit more as the days go on, but
not quite at Joe Biden press conference levels. You'd probably need like a dozen more for that, but still pretty good.
I was trying to. I really don't want it to go for any longer than an hour and a half or 2 hours tops. But it's like, that somehow it's got to be shown. Otherwise, nobody is going to watch the stream. You say, "Oh God, 4 hours? Oh, no way!" It's people. It's a little bit too long. They have no idea at the end. Look at what they get to see at the end, huh? Come on, the Ark of the Covenant. I mean, please. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. My face didn't melt.
You're silent. You're silent. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Okay, yeah. Now I can hear you now.
I wasn't talking.
No. Oh, okay.
Hard for you to believe.
I'm not used to you not talking. I think something's gone wrong.
Okay, so we might as well close up shop for the night. Thank everybody who's here, and if you've just joined in, scroll back, and it was a fun show.
Yeah.
It turned into a lot of different things, and I have to do timestamps for this one. Because this things, the theme of everything kind of changed as the time went on. Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
And God bless you.
Subscribe.
Don't let the demons get you.
Like, share,
subscribe, and like the video. Like, share, subscribe. That's right. That's right. There's a lot of work here.